A very good morning, everyone, and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's the beginning of week 5 here in Series 3 of the MODUS Super Series. And we really do have a cosmopolitan international field to our field this week, with Greece, Poland, the Republic of Ireland and England all amongst the countries being represented over the next 6 days. But before we look ahead to all the action we have to come between now and Saturday night, let's look back at what happened last week with Saturday night's highlights. Stone got the better of Scott Walters. That was an eliminator to get through to the final 4. Andy Bolton got the better of Mike Norton. The X Factor put in some of the best performances of the week, averaging over 90 for the most part of the 6 days. Scott Taylor got the better of Alan Taburn in the first semi-final. Taylor, who got through Group C on Thursday and Friday, made his way into the showpiece finale. Well, he would take on Andy Bolton. He got the better of Gary Stone in the second of our semi-finals. That was a real heavyweight affair between the pair there. And then it sets in motion the final, and boy, did we see some performance in it.
48.
Scott, you require 48.
For your biggest win of your career.
Double 16.
That's game,
and it is
shot,
Super
and your week 4
Scott
winner of the MODUS Super Series. Scott Taylor
has produced an unbelievable performance to qualify for Champions Week. It's an average of 109 to get the better of Andy Bolton. Some performance there from Scott Taylor. Me and Matthew Baker were watching along to the highlights. Prime time here, and great to see on the back of the UK Open that we've got a man who's never lost a quarter-final, semi-final or final in this competition give his expert eye. And we've got some week this week, haven't we?
Yes, a really good week, actually, this one. This one's a week that I think is very opinion-based. If you've got an opinion on any of these players, this is a week to get involved and get back in these players. Because actually what we've got here is we've got a group of players that are very, very evenly matched.
Well, let's have a look at who is involved this week. We mentioned at the top of the show, it's a very cosmopolitan field to our field this week. You've got John Michael from Greece, you've got Conor Heneghan from the Republic of Ireland, Sebastian Bialecki from Poland, Matt Dennant and Jack Wareing, the 2 Englishmen, and Mike Warburton from Wales. Out of the 6 players, there's 5 nationalities involved.
5 nationalities and, well, 6 completely different CVs when we look at these players and we look at how they've come here and what they've been doing away from here. We see 2 of these players recently play at the UK Open, that being Conor Heneghan and Sebastian Bialecki. We've seen Matty Dennant do very well here before. John Michael come in here off the back of the Pro Tour, and Jack Wareing, the ADC qualifier as well. He's came through one of these Vault qualifiers, and when we look at the CVs of the players and we look at what they've done and what they've done before here, Jack Wareing just stands out as somebody who doesn't have that level of CV or that level of depth, but what he does have, he's got a lot of heart and determination and fight. And he's got a lot of support as well coming here, and it's going to be interesting to see his journey throughout this week.
And it'd be interesting to see what the bookmakers make of proceedings here this week at the Super Series. This is the outright betting for Group A. Considering what Conor Heneghan has done in this competition in the past, it's probably not a surprise that he's at the top of the betting, but maybe you look at the likes of Matthew Dennant and Mike Warburton, there could be a little bit of value there.
Value for sure. I mean, I'm a big fan of Matt Dennant, really like his game. Mike Warburton as well. When he gets on it, Mike Warburton is one of those players that will just be consistent and solid all the way through. And I've been here many times here at the Super Series, and I always say consistency is the key. And he's also got that explosive level as well, where he can really put something together. I'm not sure about that favourite, though. When we were looking this morning, I was looking through the stats, and I think sometimes we get drawn into that explosive brilliance that we know in Conor Heneghan. He's hit a 9 darter in this venue before. And I think sometimes you get drawn into that side of it a little bit, that actually the consistency isn't always there. And I think in a 3-day group like this one, he may get caught out for that favouritism.
Now, we know this man is very good at predicting things. You've got a real good mystic fortune of doing such things. He even predicted Andrew Gilden to win a major this year. So let's see what he's predicted this week with prime times picks, and just talk us a little bit through that 6-1 treble.
Well, very close, isn't it, to the 6-1? And I think this is what I said at the very, very start with this. There's going to be little bits of value and little bits of nuggets everywhere in terms of what we're, you know, with the play, because it's so evenly matched. When we look at something like a 13-8 on Warburton to get the most 180s, I like that sort of play and I like that sort of value. You're going to see these sort of plays all the way through these matches, because these games are going to be quite close. They're short format, a race to 4, best of 7, and I think that might be the market to keep an eye on today on those 180s.
And we are very much looking forward to that. Well, Matthew Edgar's going to be a part of our broadcast team throughout the course of the week. He's going to be joined by the former Players Champion in the Asset, Paul Nicholson, down in the commentary box. The first game that they're going to describe this week is a battle between Greece and the Republic of Ireland, as John Michael takes on Conor Heneghan. And I'm happy to say that on the stage we have a UK Open semi-finalist. Charlie Corsafine is in charge of the action. Matt's going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Paul Nicholson for the action. Morning, Paul.
Good morning, Henry. And I think we've got a little bit of a smile there from Charlie Corsafine being called a UK Open semi-finalist. But we are here back in Portsmouth at the Live Lounge on the back of what was a very eventful weekend here at the MODUS Super Series. And many congratulations to Scott Taylor in winning week 4. That was a spectacular performance, Scott. Thoroughly deserved against a very dangerous opponent in Andy Bolton. But Conor Heneghan, the 24-year-old from the Republic of Ireland, will now take on the best player ever from Greece. And if you think I'm over-embellishing that, think again. John Michael is the greatest player that has ever come from the Greek islands and the Greek mainland. So, can he dance his way to a
Week 5 title? John to throw first. Game on.
It all starts here on Monday morning with 15 games in Group A today, tomorrow and on Wednesday. The number 1 player from Group A will go through to Saturday night for a crack at the £5,000 bonus when we start our finals at 7:30 on Saturday night. And then we'll have Group B on
42.
Thursday and Friday night, Group C on Friday and Thursday morning. But one thing on these players' minds, Matthew Edgar, is definitely getting off to a nice steady start. Don't count yourself out on Monday, but winning Group A is definitely the plan, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
97.
When you come here, you want a good start, though. I've played in these groups before, and you've had these weeks, and when it starts bad in a group like this, where we've got players that are so evenly matched, if you do start bad on the Monday, it can just start to get on top of you earlier than it should. Because
John,
sometimes you can look ahead and think where they're going to get the wins from. In this one, I think they're going to feel like every game's a bit of a coin toss.
100.
This is a good start from John Michael. Sometimes you see some people
58.
just having a bit of a slow one,
36.
just getting themselves used to the task, but this guy has got a barrel load of experience playing in different arenas.
27. Conor, you require 164.
Maybe a little bit of a shaky start on the doubles. And Conor's not going to take a big out in the first leg of the week. I love what you said about the explosive nature of Heneghan. We'll talk about
John, you require 9.
throughout the course of him playing.
Game
because he does have an explosive nature,
John Michael.
But it's John Michael who gets the explosive start. Now, Conor co-holds
second leg, it's Conor to throw
the venue
Game
average record of 115.62 with Cameron Crabtree. He does have the Soul 9 data here as well.
100.
But you and I think, and I'm going to give Matthew all the credit here because he was doing a bit more digging about Conor this morning. We're worried about the bottom
100.
level, aren't we? We know he's got the explosive nature at the top, but it's the bottom level that could rear its head this week at times.
Yeah, it's that range of performance that Conor
140.
Heneghan has extremes. He's got this really good extreme level at the very top, which is why he's the bookie's favourite to win this group. But How often does he
100.
reach that level? And when you don't reach that level, you still need to be able to produce a level of performance that is able to win in games like he's going to face this week. And
57.
my concern is that he's probably going to lose a few too many where the average just drops a little bit lower. And
60.
you know, you can average 90 over a week. You know, Andy Bolton did it last week pretty much all week, didn't he? Averaging 90. But Andy Bolton averages 90 game after game after game.
93.
If Conor Heneghan was to average 90, I'd expect to see that one game he averaged 100 and one game he averaged 80, which essentially means one game he's going to win and one game he's going to lose. He's going to have a
Conor, you
50-50
require
record.
111.
First Nelson of the week. As Conor goes for double top.
Game shot on the second leg.
And for a second
Conor
there, Matt,
Heneghan.
I thought that flight might have been in his way, but we're talking about a player who knows how his darts behave.
Third leg, it's Sean to throw first.
Just a little
Game
bit of a sign there from John Michael that he's a bit of a greenhorn when it comes to playing at the MODUS Super Series. Just has to wait 10 seconds before the next leg starts.
140.
And as you can see, he loves to get on with it.
Yeah, he did drop off the PDC tour this past year. He actually tried to regain his tour card
134.
at Q School and started extremely well, actually, on day one. Got through to the quarter-final stage. And when you open Q
140.
School, in the quarter-final, and you get all those points on the opening day, you're in a very strong position, and you'd really fancy it from that position for John Michael to regain that card, but
100.
he lost 6-5 the next day, 6-5 the day after that. And then you go into that last day and you feel like you've sort of blown the opportunity.
95.
And then it was sort of reanalyze and rejig a little bit for John Michael to see what the future holds. And he seems to have analysed this pretty well.
95. John, you require
We
126.
may be still to see the person in 2023 who really shoots forward from the MODUS Super Series. There's so much time to go
83.
this year before we assess what it's done for somebody or some people's careers. We had big hopes for Conor Heneghan this year. Potentially, we couldn't have seen him for a couple of
94.
years, but
John,
he
you
didn't get through
require
Q School either.
43.
But we do get to see him this week.
Game shot on the
And that's a
third
14
leg.
darter there
John
from John
Michael.
Michael. An average after 3 legs of high 97s. This is pretty good stuff from the Deadly
Fourth leg,
Rose.
it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
When you mention, I think of like people who are the face of the Super Series.
140.
And for me, I would say last year, Graham Usher was probably the face of the Super Series for 2022. Do you have a prediction who might be the face of this year's
180.
Super Series? I'm going to go early, and I'm going to say it's going to be Owen Bates. I think he's going to pretty much be the master of
42.
the Super Series.
That is a tremendous shout. I think when you consider who's already got through to the Champions Week of Super Series 3,
100.
you talk about John Worsley, Owen Bates, who was very, very impressive. I don't think we should really put Klassen in that sort of field because he's a world
96.
champion. He's the face of many things over the last almost 20 years. But when you look at what Scott Taylor did on Saturday night, we can't
171.
take him out of that argument. Maybe even John Michael, considering his start. But I'm not going to get too caught up in this start from John Michael.
43.
And I'll explain why
John, you
in
require
possibly
50.
2 darts time. Double 16.
18.
Averaging over 102 now, but in a funny sort of way, it could have been so much better. He's actually missed 5 darts at a double in this match.
140. John, you require 32.
Can't miss any more.
No score.
What a chance for
Conor, you
Heneghan this
require
is.
40.
There's no way he should win this leg.
An unexpected chance.
Game shot on the
But a chance
fourth
he
leg.
takes.
Conor
Yeah, well
Heneghan.
done, Conor. I'm just going to have to go back to that point that I was going to make. You can be as explosive as you want.
Fifth leg, it's
But
John
it was
to throw
something I saw on
first.
social
Game
media
on.
in the last 20 minutes. And it really did stir up my interest in this subject. We talked about it the last time we were here together, Matt.
180.
That range of performance. And Wayne Mardle this morning, renowned broadcaster within the sport, he put a snapshot of Andrew Gilding's
82.
performance throughout the UK Open, and he said, and you got the feeling he was imploring the younger generation, you don't have to be brilliant
140.
all the time, especially in this format. You may have to be brilliant at times. You just have to be better than your opponent.
40.
You have to be competent and have that brilliant factor when you need it. You might have to play 19 games this week
41.
if you win Group A and you win on Saturday night. But you may have to play even more than that.
And you don't need to win them all. You don't need to win every leg. You don't need to win every
85.
single
John, you
individual
require
battle. You just need to win the
140.
war.
Hello.
Game Sean.
Well,
The
he can't hit a
fifth
double in the
leg.
previous
John
leg, but that
Michael.
was special from John Michael. He's fast, he's furious, and he's very good.
Sixth leg. It's Conor to
This
throw
game is
first.
very good,
Game
really. 3-2. Everything going with the throw. We've had 2 checkouts over the 100. The 111 earlier from Conor Heneghan, now been bettered by the
100.
140 of John Michael. It hasn't taken as long, really, to start seeing things landing.
Last week, when Gary Stone was
100.
quite irresistible on Monday and Tuesday, I'm sure a lot of people thought that Gary Stone was going to win the week. He got 26
100.
points from Group A. He lost only twice, but vitally, he lost before the final
60.
on Saturday night. And that means he's not going to be in Champions Week. You're not going to see Gary Stone for a while.
100.
He'll feel very disappointed on Monday morning, a week on from starting his campaign in week 4. If John Michael does not win this game,
60.
he's going to be furious, considering how well he's played.
That's the secret sauce, isn't it? Turning that level
55.
of performance into wins. You normally see within things like the data, little bits of information coming through where you can make predictions for
60.
who's going to come
Conor, you
through, but
require 146.
John Michael hasn't quite shown us that over the last couple of months. But right now we'll be playing with adrenaline.
If this game is anything to go by this week, we are going to have a lot of fun.
130.
And there is a real opportunity here for John Michael to lose this game.
140.
But then again,
Conor, you
if
require
Conor does
60.
what John did a couple of legs ago, he might get a chance.
Game Sean, the sixth leg.
No chance.
Conor Heneghan.
No chance in hell.
Well, 6 legs.
7th and final leg. It's John to throw
All
first.
gone with
Game
the
on.
throw. If that trend continues, John Michael will get over the line and get his first 2 points of his Super Series
100.
campaign. Conor Heneghan will have different ideas, and remember what we said about Conor Heneghan. He has this explosive level. You'll be hoping to find
40.
that right here, right now.
Let's embellish on that then. We talked about him having the average, or the equal average
100.
record here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But the game next to him setting that record, he had a 9-darter and averaged well over 105.
23.
He can do it concurrently.
But he's making a bit of a mess of this one, and John Michael is making him pay.
139.
Not the most intelligent switch there from John Michael. Leaves himself on a bogey, but when your opponent is making no inroads, you
45.
can get away with something like that from time to time.
Yeah, that's true. When John Michael comes back
85.
in game number 5, we'll maybe assess his equipment because it looks pretty intricate. It's almost the direct opposite of what Conor Heneghan
80.
uses.
John, you require 77.
He's got time on his side. That didn't help him in the previous efforts
Game, shot,
to get legs
and the
done, but
match.
he
John
doesn't hesitate
Michael.
here. And that is deadly from the Deadly Rose. Our first game of Monday, and he almost averages 100. 1 out of every 3 doubles hit. Very, very confident indeed. And if he can maintain a lot of what he did in that first game throughout the course of this campaign, he could be the man with the X Factor this week. When we come back, it's going to be Matthew Dennant, the scholar, a veteran of the Super Series. He's going to be up against Poland's Sebastian Bialecki.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what an impressive debut performance that was from John Michael to get the better of Conor Heneghan by 4 legs to 3, doing so with an average just under a ton. 2 maximums in that match, and that high check at a 140, treble 20, tops, absolutely superb. 1 out of 3 in terms of the doubles ratio as well. Conor Heneghan, 87 average, 3 out of 4 on the doubles, 87 average. He plays to that level this week, he will pick up a high number of victories, that is for sure. Well, next up for us, we're going to see Matt Dennant in action. We've seen a fair bit of him here at the Super Series, and we've seen a fair bit of success from him here at the Super Series, but he'll be looking to get his first weekly title in this brand new venue in Portsmouth. He takes on Sebastian Bialecki from Poland, the hot young talent, one of the brightest stars in the future of darts, a UK Open quarter finalist last year, no less. And watching this one for us in the commentary box, here's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks again, Henry. We are hoping that this game is as good as the last one, because that was a fabulous start to Group A. But it's always good to see Matt Dennant back, one of the nicest and funniest guys on the circuit, up against someone who may be a little bit quieter in the practice room today, because being from Poland and his English maybe not being the best in the practice room, whether that's a benefit or not, we will find out. But the man who was nicknamed Bolt does come with a reputation, and maybe one of the better players that doesn't have a tour card right now. Time will tell. Feels like quite a long time since Matt Dennant had a tour card, but that doesn't mean he can't have success
First
with
leg,
us.
it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
And looking forward, I think Matt Dennant's probably the more likely of the two. And I think that's a bold prediction when you look at what Bialecki's done over the
97.
previous years. But for me, Matt Dennant is finding a very strong level of consistency. He's averaging 90 over the last 12 months.
100.
And he's starting to find himself in winning positions more often than not. I would not be surprised to see him get a tour card very soon. And we're wrestling fans.
140.
And I remember when JBL lost the world title and introduced him as a former world champion. He goes, no, I'm a future world champion.
54.
That's how I feel with Matt Dennant. We're probably going to speak about him being a former tour card holder, but I think he would probably prefer to be spoke about, like Bialecki, as someone who's a future tour card holder, because I think the best years are in front.
180.
I concur. And when we take our likeable hat off, because
29.
we love
Sebastian Bialecki, 84.
He's a clever lad. He's a lovely person to be around. If we're more neutral, we can actually tell you that he's a very, very good player and maybe getting better.
60.
Unfortunate miss there for Bialecki, but he's got plenty of time. I said something at the weekend when he was playing Josh Richardson at the UK Open.
57.
I don't know
Sebastian
why he's
Bialecki,
called
24.
Bolt. I like nicknames that don't have the. Everybody knows that about me. Now, he doesn't like
12.
that. But I think he should be called Vault. Pole vault. Just a play on words.
59. Sebastian Bialecki, 12.
Swiftly moving on to this double six.
Game shot on the first
Well,
leg.
it's a good job he's
Sebastian
good,
Bialecki.
because when it comes to picking nicknames, I'm not. 1-0 Bialecki.
It's
Second
interesting
leg, it's
because you
Matt to
mentioned
throw
there
first.
he's
Game
got
on.
time. He had a lot of time, didn't he, in that game you referenced there against Josh Richardson at the UK Open. He's 4-0 up. And then capitulation is
100.
probably the best word I can put forward for that, because it wasn't like, I mean, Josh Richardson upped his levels massively, but then Bialecki started 26 and 18, and it just completely
44.
broke down. He managed to carve himself out an opportunity of the doubles, and he missed those as well. The beauty, though, of modern darts is you don't have to dwell on it for too
134.
long. There's always something exciting on your diary. And a week here at the Super Series might just be what he needs to get over that defeat.
He is somebody who
96.
plays a lot of tournaments, whether it's Challenge Tour, whether it's a major championship in the case of the UK Open.
66.
But his way of doing things has always been, okay, that one didn't work, so let's go on to the next one. And the last two UK Opens before
99.
the one at the weekend, they were both spectacular for him. Because in 2021, he got a 9-darter on debut. Last year, he made the quarterfinals of the whole
60.
tournament. So it's the first time he's really failed at the UK Open. I was watching that match with Josh Richardson up close, and I was flabbergasted to see him lose 6 straight legs against Josh.
141.
It was a capitulation, unfortunately, but now this is a great opportunity for him to get back on the horse and put it right.
58.
It's a good week to come in as well, a week of competition.
59.
A
Matt,
week where, like I say, you look down that
83.
fixture list and it's just tough game after tough game. A tough one to start with here. Matt Dennant looking at double 16 for a
67.
level up.
Sebastian Bialecki,
This
145.
would be the first breaker throw we've seen so far today.
I don't know about you, Matt, but I'm seeing so many more people these days going for treble
Matt,
19 with 85.
16. Game
It
shot on
didn't
the
work,
second leg.
but that
Matt
does.
Dennant.
And Dennant draws level at 1-all. Now, what did you make of the bookies odds for the winner of this group
Third leg,
at
it's
the top of the
Sebastian to
show?
throw
Because
first. Game on.
when you look at Dennant, you look at Warburton, because you'll see him in Game 3 against Jack Wareing, our ADC qualifier this week.
97.
We go back to that explosive nature that we know that Warburton has got too. But you'd probably have to say,
98.
with all due respect, and I don't want anybody to misconstrue this, maybe Matt Dennant and Mike Warburton are two of the serial underachievers when it comes to their Super Series careers,
93.
because they've been playing with us for about 2 years. And I don't think they're happy with what they've done the last 2 years.
I think that's a comment that's
180.
pure respectful, because what you're saying is the level of ability they've got hasn't been matched with the results that they're putting in. In terms of what you're saying with the betting side of this group, I don't make Conor Heneghan favourite to the level that he is for this group. This is what Matt Dennant's capable of. Back-to-back 180s.
Is this what you were talking about with Henry about the 180 markets? Because if you think about what Matt Dennant has done in the past on the 180s, you must watch out for them with him. He's got great scoring ability. But if there's one thing that does let him down every now and again, it's that when he starts missing doubles at the beginning of a campaign, it can materialise over the course of a week.
Game shot on the third
and he's paid the price
Sebastian Bialecki.
Matt Dennant got 2 180s in that leg and lost it.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw
right.
first.
As Matt Dennant rudely interrupted us twice there when we was trying to make the point about the group. Now, I'm no expert when it comes to odds, but I know there's certain sites that you can go on and you can do what is called a lay, where you basically say they're not going to do what. So when they've got Heneghan at like 7-4,
26.
Am I right in saying that potentially on the lay you'd get about a 1-2, which means you could have 1-2 the field?
140.
I would be much more interested in 1-2 the field than Heneghan 7-4 for the title.
What we have to say at this juncture is if you are having a gamble about any game this week,
44.
It's for over 18s only. Please gamble responsibly. It's begambleaware.org for more information. But I'm like you. I'm not a gambling expert.
81.
I tend to survey averages, results, and we're surveyors of technique, the two of us, Matt. And when it comes to Bialecki, it doesn't get much better. Having said that, if you look at the positions that Matt Dennant has with this quick action,
83.
We've got 2 of the best technicians that you could possibly see in Super Series action in this same game. The only thing they don't share is something
140. Matt, you require
that Matt Dennant will
101.
show you now. It's called a set position, where it stops. Then he has motion afterwards. With Bialecki, it's one fluid motion.
156.
But as far as the positions are concerned, I can't fault them.
$58. Matt, you require 40.
So tops for Dennant to keep the trend going of every single leg going with throw. Did miss a couple of darts in the last leg to get the first
Sebastian
breaker throw.
require 98.
He's now missed 3 darts in this one to offer Bialecki the chance to get the first break of this group.
58. Matt, you require 20.
I hope for Matt's sake that he gets this.
10.
Because this,
Sebastian, you
based on what he's
40.
done before, it could stipulate what's happened for the rest of the week. Bialecki's got no problem with the doubles. He's actually doubling slightly better than John Michael was for the whole of his match in Game 1.
Fifth leg,
right now he's going to be thinking,
game on.
This doesn't seem real, this lead. But he's been given plenty of chances.
So we're talking about techniques, wasn't we? And maybe something just to keep an eye on with Bialecki. Something I've noticed when I'm watching him. And it's just a nitpicky bit. So in terms of the arm doesn't move. The arm stays the same. But he's got a habit as a game goes to start to sink into the throw a little bit. Like a slight arch in the back and the shoulder just dips. But the arm stays in the same place. So what this is doing is it's just compacting around the shoulder a little bit. And that's why he's got this tendency to sort of hook a dart where he'll throw it across his body. And if you watch the angle of the dart, sometimes it'll go in where the flight kicks out to the right-hand side. That's just as he's sort of sank a little bit too deep into the throw. A little bit like that last dart there.
You do find that some players will stand very upright. Now, Matt's small in stature, but he stands very upright for him. But as you can see from this camera, Bialecki does lean a little bit. Maybe not as much as Wes Newton used to do.
134. Matt, you require 47.
Come on, Matt, stop the drought.
Game shot on the fifth
And maybe
leg.
double 16 is your key this week instead of double top and double 10. He's someone who has fiddled with having certain favourite doubles.
It's Matt to throw first.
But maybe this game is
on.
giving him information as to what to use this week. 32 is better than tops.
I think what this game's
100.
doing as well is it's showing us why Matt Dennant is getting those winning positions more often than not at the moment. I'm sure a couple of years ago, Matt Dennant, after spurning those opportunities and going 3-1 down, would just rolled over and, I'll move on to the next game. Instead, now what he does is he comes back and hits an 11 darter.
$100.
One more game in round one after this. And we will see our ADC qualified Jack Wareing, and Matthew Edgar is ideally placed to let us know a bit more about Jack. I'm sure there will be plenty of people from Warwickshire tuning in this morning to see Jack play his debut match against a Super Series veteran in Mike Warburton. And I'll be fascinated to see what he does this week.
58. Sebastian, you require 161.
Like you said a couple of legs ago, you don't have to be brilliant all the time. You just have to have enough for the game at hand.
59.
Now, that last dart is fascinating to me. Sebastian strikes me as the kind of person who is very astute
57.
when it comes to the modern game.
Sebastian,
but that last dart for me
102.
was a bad plan. He's left himself on a 3-darter instead of a 2-darter.
62.
Almost like
Matt,
he's trying to amble towards the line instead of running through the tape.
I think the message it's telling me is that he's trying to leave a certain double
50.
rather than just trying to get the leg one.
40. Game.
He does get the match won.
And the match.
16-dart break in the last leg, but when Matt Dennant goes back to the practice room, he will understand that he let a few chances slip in that one. He missed 10 darts at a double, as you can see, with that 16.67% rate. That's probably not going to get it done in most matches this week, but Bialecki will be very pleased with a 92 average and 44%. That is a formula that can take you very far this week. The next fixture I've already mentioned is going to be Warby up against Wareing. That's got a bit of a ring to it after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it is a victory for Sebastian Bialecki on his first match of the week, getting the better of Matt Dennant by 4-2, doing so with an average of 92 solitary maximum wise. So Matt Dennant, 3 180s to his name, but it was 2 out of 12 on the doubles, which came to cost him in the end. So it's victory for our poll in our second game of the day. Match 3 sees the meeting of England and Wales. Mike Warburton, one of the all-time great campaigners here at the Super Series, returns to the live lounge in Portsmouth in search for glory once again. He takes on Jack Wareing. He is our ADC qualifier for the week, and earlier on this morning I caught up with him to see how he feels ahead of the week and a little bit about the qualification process.
Thanks for joining us once again. Jack Wareing will now make his debut against one of the players who's played the most in the MODUS Super Series over the last couple of years. This will feel very comfortable for Warby, but I just wonder, Edgar, how is Jack going to be feeling right now?
Well, I actually did catch his interview earlier on today, and he said that when he's coming onto these sort of stages, it doesn't faze him and worry him too much because he's actually got that county experience, something we saw in his graphic there. County A player for Warwickshire. He actually started playing county darts back in February 2018.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Started playing as a county B player. Played 5 seasons, 36 games for Warwickshire. But this is a different kettle of fish, and he's up against some seasoned campaigners.
100.
We call this an international standard, which is a step up from where Jack Wareing's been playing his darts recently.
One thing I just want to pick up on is that he seems to be using a very, very old dart. They don't look particularly old, but you and I both know, Matt, that the type of dart he's using, which is a former John Part dart, this is from the days when he won his second world title,
60.
which is 20 years ago. He's got some age. So he's using a bit of an antique here. Quite like it. But the biggest point I want to make about Jack's debut today is that are we starting to see a very different amateur blueprint for people coming through? Because when I was starting to come through at the age of 19, 20 years of age, it was play locally, play Super League, play for your county, try and play tournaments, and try and play for your country. That
100.
was pretty much the order of it. But now it's different. Play locally, play Super League, play ADC, get to the MODUS Super Series. And there's a bit of county in there as well.
140.
Yeah, it's changing quite a lot. I mean, Jack has gone down that road so far. He's not too far from me over at Leamington Spa, and he did go down that route, you say, going to the Super League and playing the county.
156.
But the Super Series now is the real target for a lot of these players. And when we look at how the Super Series started, it was invitations. It was invitations on people that have just lost tour cards or people that are doing well on things like the Challenge Tour, the development tours. Where now this partnership with the ADC, we're starting to see people come through like Adam Warner, who then has gone on to win a tour card. Adam Mould.
81. Mike Uriquois, 96.
Unearthing new talent.
Adam Warner, the man who wears chinos for his UK Open debut at the weekend. That was fantastic.
56.
Solid approach there
Jack
from Mike.
Uriquois,
You pretty much know what you're going to get from Warby, don't you? You're going to get steady all week. Maybe with a little bit of spectacular thrown in the mix.
59. Mike Uriquois, 40.
Double top for Mike to get his first leg of the week.
Game shot on the first
That's
leg.
an okay start in
Mike
20
Warburton.
darts. Nice little settler there for Mike. From the town of Wrexham, which has become extremely famous over
Second
the last
leg, it's Jack to throw
2 or
first.
3 years,
Game
courtesy
on.
of their football team being bought by 2 Hollywood superstars. I just wonder what Wrexham's like these days. I would imagine the tourism industry is doing pretty
66.
well.
Yeah, the attendance figures have rose quite a lot. It reminds me a bit of when the class of '92 took over Salford and the sort of attendance figures rose.
100.
What Warburton wants to do is put Wrexham on the map when it comes to darts. He doesn't live too far from
140.
someone who put Denby on the map in Mark Webster 15 years ago when he won the world title at Lakeside. Is that really 15 years ago? Incredible. Beating Simon
96.
Whitlock in that final.
I hate stats like that when you go, oh, it was 15 years ago that this happened, and it doesn't feel that long ago because it just reminds you how old you're getting.
47.
The last time I was sitting in this chair, Raymond Smith was winning Super Series 2, and he was providing us with one of the funniest stories in Super Series history because he won the title and 45 minutes later
58.
he was on the road to the airport to go back to Australia. A proper smash and grab job from the Aussie. But one thing we know about Australia is that it's going to feel an awful lot closer to Portsmouth in the next couple of months because the ADC, which has obviously started in the United Kingdom, is starting to branch out into Australia, and we're going to be welcoming a lot more ADC Oceanic players in May. So mark your cards for Super Series 4, which will start on the 8th of May.
Really looking forward to that partnership.
Mike
It's
to require 107.
a country that keep churning out the talent. This could be a rude welcoming here for Jack Wareing to the Super Series. Tops.
67.
Bends the wire.
Jack requires
So,
64.
all things considered, Jack should be getting his first start at a double, and this will be a big settler.
What a lovely dart that is.
60.
Doesn't quite settle in.
Mike require 40.
Warburton is gradually scoring better. As I mentioned, it was 20 darts in the first leg.
Game
This
shot on
time,
the second leg.
it's 3 better than that.
Warburton.
Jack did improve in that second leg, but if he's going to get a win on debut,
Third leg, it's Mike
have
to
to
throw
find something.
first. Game on.
in regard to against the throw now, he has been broken.
And Jack, for me, struck me as the sort of player that would need a couple of
100.
games to settle into this. Sometimes we see people come in, like John Michael in our opening game today, but that's where they've got that level of experience beforehand. So when they get that adrenaline, they know how to really channel that into performance.
125.
I feel like Jack's just going to need a couple of settlers here. And again, we go back to county because that's like his highest level of achievement so far. It did take him a while to settle into that system as well. He lost his first 3 matches.
140.
And his best average in that was a 24, which is around about a mid-70s when we add the bits of change in there. But then after he had a couple of games,
140.
he managed to find a 90 average, and he's found himself up there quite a bit. You mentioned we know about Mike Warburton. If you want to know about Jack Wareing, there's a fantastic database which I was showing
100.
Paul Nicholson about earlier on the Warwickshire website. It was invented by a local legend who we sadly lost, Dave Wykes, and it's been taken over and constantly updated. So
41.
anybody who's ever
Mike
thrown a
require
dart for county
161.
in Warwickshire or against, all the stats and information is there, so you can learn a little bit about Jack Wareing.
Do you want to know how impressed I was with that website this morning? If we do have
55.
some people who run statistical analysis for certain counties throughout England, Wales and Scotland, or even state darts or country darts around the world,
46.
look at that Warwickshire website.
Mike require 106.
That should be readily available for every county, in my opinion, because if you've got some of the greats of the game who played county in the past, you can see what their results were. It's fascinating, a real treasure trove. And whoever set that up, you mentioned Dave Wykes. I mean, I know he's not with us anymore, but I'll pay tribute to him right now because that is fantastic.
149.
Oh, hello.
117.
Give himself another chance. He's
Mike
definitely
require
warming up.
40.
But unfortunately, he might be 3-0 down.
Game shot on the third leg. My Warburton.
This is where with experience, you can start to pick out positives because
Full
he had that
flag,
shot
it's
at the
Jack to throw
149. He's
first.
had a couple of
Game
darts
on.
at the 64. So he's had 3 darts at the double. Like I said, the performance level is starting to rise. Certainly plenty of positives to suggest that
81.
moving forward, like we said in terms of the averages and the stats when he has played his county career, that he will get better as this week goes.
Do you think there's more pressure on the ADC guys coming in now
140.
because of what Adam Warner and Adam Mould have done? Because we know that Adam Warner won a week in Super Series 2. Adam Mould made the Champions Week finals.
100.
But I think the important thing for people like Jack is to come in here with your own fresh appeal. Don't try and compare yourself to other people. Just try and find your own experience instead of trying to catch up with other people.
100.
That's my take anyway.
Absolutely. You want to be the first Jack Wareing, not the next Adam Warner. However, with that, different personalities.
44.
I mean, I get caught up in that world. Like, if you put a new dartboard up right now, I would want to be the first player to hit the treble 20 on it.
I'd want to be the first person to hit 26.
60.
But Jack does something that gives me nightmares, actually. He's got an odd flight. Or is it just one of those flights that has an odd side to it?
140.
It might be. But then that tells you more about me than it does about Jack. And where's Warby going to go with the last start here? Regardless of whether it was a 60 or a 20.
Jack, you require 136.
That switch shot was brilliant. That might spell the end of Jack Waring's debut match because Warburton on the doubles
46.
has been really good.
Mike, you require 24.
Double 12 after 12, and he's 50%.
Game,
Make
shots,
that a little
and the
bit
match.
better than that.
Warburton.
57%. And again, we have a 90-plus winning average. If that first round of matches does not prove that we're in for a good time this week, I don't know what is, because that was commanding from the man from Wrexham. He takes the early lead in the table, and when we come back after the break, we will see Conor Heneghan again up against Sebastian Bialecki of Poland to start round 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It was another winning average above 90 as Mike Warburton got the better Jack Wareing by 4-0 to round off the first round of fixtures here at the MODUS Super Series. Next up for us is Conor Heneghan against Sebastian Bialecki. Let's have a look at Conor Heneghan's Super Series career in a little bit more context by having a look at his all-time numbers. He originally joined us back in 2021 when he was a qualifier through the online darts scheme via the MAD qualifiers, and ever since he's had his first appearance, he's impressed so much that he's been back ever since. In terms of games won to loss, he's won a third of the games more than he's lost. He's had a 9-dart leg and 115.62 highest average. Now, both of them came in the same night in separate matches back in September. He's the only player to have a perfect leg under this roof here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And when you consider the amount of games that he has played in this competition, an overall average of 89.15 strikes a moniker of consistency for Conor Heneghan. As I say, he takes on Sebastian Bialecki. This is our 4th game of the morning session, and this is going to be watched by Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. The one thing that does need some work is Conor's nickname. I'm not calling him Heno. I think we're going to have to talk about this in round 2, Matt, because we're getting young players coming through who really need to start working on their brand as well as their game. If they're going to go far, they need better nicknames like Heno. Come on, Conor, you can do better than that. Your stats prove that you are an elite MODUS Super Series player. Only person to hit a 9. But the one thing that struck us there, Matt, that was a really good doubles percentage. Over 35% overall. That is a good 2% better than the mean average that you'll get from everybody.
Henry did say the amount of games that he's played.
First leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
163 matches, but to be better than 1 in 3. It's probably something he might even add to, because he was 3 from 4 in his opening match.
100.
So that might even raise a little bit more yet if we was to see that slide at the end of the week.
So let's get into it.
45.
This is round 2. We've got a bit of time on our hands. We've had 3 home wins so far for John Michael Bialecki and for Warburton. 3 very good wins
85.
in performance as well. Averages of 99, 92 and 91. But when you're building yourself a brand, don't expect it to come
140.
super quickly. Get up there, do your thing. I was asked a question at the weekend by somebody at Butlin's Minehead. How do I go about getting
135.
sponsors? Well, sponsors will find you if you do really good things. That was my answer. But when it comes to your brand, things like nickname, dart
96.
shirt, all that kind of stuff, you've got to be patient with it sometimes. But when it comes to nicknames, you don't have to have one right away.
100.
But if you are going to have one better than just half of your surname and sticking a vowel on the end, like Chizzy, Walshy.
125.
kind of thing. It drives me crazy.
Conor, you require 81.
I'll jump on that in the next leg, actually. There's an interesting point there, but there's an interesting point here at the ball.
56. Sebastian, you require 95.
Might stay on the ball himself here. 25 is 20 for the ball.
70.
Same result
Conor, you
as
require
Conor.
25.
Always like watching a player go at 25. You get a bit of information about them because there are so many different routes to taking out the 25.
Game shot on the
That
first
is one of
leg.
them.
Conor Heneghan.
9 for the double 8. I get asked the same question all the time. How do
Second
I get
leg, it's Sebastian
sponsorship?
to throw first. Game on.
My question, well, my answer is a question. My answer is why? Put yourself in the other position. If you are
66.
Dave Bloggs Trucking, and you've got
Great name, by the way.
£500 to advertise your trucking company,
60.
where would I put that? What? And that's the thought pattern you've got to get yourself in. Where would you put that £500? Because sometimes just being a good dart player
99.
is not enough, which is what you're coming to us in the branding.
Don't lose your train of thought. But you want to know where I'd put it? I would advertise Dave Bloggs Trucking on Andrew Gilding's thumb today.
134.
Because you'd get a lot of traffic. You were saying?
Traffic as well for the trucking company is perfect. But
60.
you've got to look at where you've been. Now, being here, it's a great opportunity. We're live. We're live on Sporty Stuff TV. We're streaming on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. There are eyes on you.
82.
However, something such as, let's say, the Challenge Tour is played in an unstreamed environment behind closed doors. So
68.
you might be top of that, but you're not going to get no eyes on that branding and that product. So how can you, for your sponsor, if you're being sponsored for an event like the Challenge Tour,
48.
how can you make sure that your sponsor get the exposure? When you can answer that question, you don't need to ask myself or Paul Nicholson how to do it.
Well said. Marketing 101.
98.
Right there from Edgar. One of the benefits of being Keno, as he is called, is that he has played a lot of live darts
137.
matches.
Sebastian, you require 110.
He is a bit of a walking billboard, like Sebastian Bialecki. Double 16.
Game shot
That
the
is
second
really
leg.
clean, isn't it?
Sebastian Bialecki.
That's what you get from him. Classy operator who plays a lot of darts in many different rooms.
Third leg, it's Conor
And
to
just
throw
keeps
first.
plodding
Game
on.
on.
Didn't plod very well at the weekend. And I think it's fair to say as well that Conor Heneghan comes here off the back of playing in the UK Open
100.
himself and will be disappointed. Got himself through round 1, beating Daniel Lee with a 93 average. That was a decent performance.
136.
6 legs to 2. After that, he'll feel very good about the fact he beat the dangerous Nick Kenny of Wales.
140.
6 legs to 5. But then, and I'd love to get your opinion on this, Matt, he was taken out by young Thomas Banks. The 16-year-old qualifier took him out
93.
by 6 legs to 2, and Conor averaged 77. So are we seeing something there that could tell us more about where his game's at when he plays
57.
multiple games a day?
I think that's one argument or debate, or the other one to put forward with is how many times has Conor Heneghan gone into a game where he's going to be massive odds on favourite?
130.
I think that could play a part as well. I remember playing a UK Open game a few years back. I was 1-7 favourite against one of the Riley's qualifiers.
140.
And it adds so much
Sebastian, you
more
require
pressure to it. It's a
142.
different environment playing a game when you are no longer the underdog and you are actually the big red hot favourite.
58. Conor, you require 64.
16's department. Or the 8s.
Game
Maybe
shot
that's going to be the tail of the tape for Conor this week.
Heneghan.
Do everything to leave tops. And that was a lovely checkout from him to take the halfway point.
Fourth leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
And yet we are
Game
seeing 90-plus average stuff from these guys. I don't take this standard for granted. Every now and again,
41.
we'll get a week where everybody's just a bit edgy. It's a very drizzly, grey morning here in Portsmouth. You've got every likelihood of feeling a bit dour.
45.
It's just early March. Where's the sunshine? No, these guys cheer themselves up by playing good darts. And I applaud that. All for your entertainment, like Matt said,
40.
on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Wherever you're tuning in from, please get in touch with us at MSS Darts on Twitter. We'd love to hear from you.
55.
That side angle there was a really great shot of Conor Heneghan because you can see he throws the head. Now, what he's actually doing there is
59.
realigning the body back on that line of balance. If we take that line of balance from the foot and we draw that through the body, we'll see a break in a couple of places. And
100.
that head is sort of jolting him back to realign the body and sort of get the hip and the shoulder back into position. It's something that's working for him so far.
96.
But this is always one of those things when you talk about coaching, isn't it? People go, oh, it's working for him. You know, could it work better? How much further could they go?
Do you know who else does that?
135.
A certain Jonathan Clayton. He doesn't do it to the same extent, but he still does it.
You tend to find that's the people that lead with the shoulder.
57.
If you lead with the shoulder, you tend to bend that line of balance around the hip.
Yeah, you're almost separating the shoulder from the neck department. You're extending the muscle fibers in that.
33.
That is the trapezius, isn't it? In the top of the shoulder. and it's a particularly sensitive part of the upper body. But with Bialecki, look at this follow through. It is just a
44.
beautiful thing.
Conor, you require 133.
That's why we rate him. It's not just his numbers, it's his technique as well.
The thing to remember is the further
93.
away from the core
Sebastian,
of the body we
require
go, the
164.
weaker we become. There's been nothing weak
134.
about the
Conor,
doubling
you
though
require
of Conor
40.
Heneghan. 3 from 4 in his opener, 2 from 4 in this.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That pretty
Conor
much
Heneghan.
extinguishes the possibility of us talking about why Bialecki left double 15, because it doesn't matter.
Fifth
Heneghan
leg, it's
trying to
Conor
put things
throw
right,
first. Game on.
because we now have the possibility of 4 players on 2 points. And these are the kind of Group A's that I really like,
95.
where we have to get the abacus out by the end of Wednesday lunchtime. There's no clear favourite in my eye. He had an inkling last week
60.
that maybe Andy Bolton or Gary Stone were going to come through that one. It proved to be the case. But I am mystified as to who's going to come through this Group A. That's why it's so intriguing.
87.
Well, if you do ask the bookies at the start of the day, they would have said 3-1 for Conor Heneghan. Where, personally, and Henry was in here earlier on,
100.
and we had a look at the odds, didn't we? And I just pointed the direction of John Michael, saying recent tour card holder at 14-1, which is one of the biggest outsiders this
177.
week. And Scott Baker at 10s looked to represent some value. John Michael has set the bar.
140.
Yeah, if you think these
Conor, you
players are
require
quick,
142.
Scott Baker in Group C will be the quickest player this week. Of that, there is no doubt. He'll be joined by Steve Haggerty and Rhys Robinson.
96.
Group B will have the greatest female player of all time in Trina Gulliver up against the Yellow Submarine,
57.
Jamie Kelling,
Conor, you
and
require
the man from
46.
nowhere, Alan Norris. Match start for Conor. Oh, he's left double 15.
20.
Now he's left double
Sebastian, you
13.
require 144.
Well, we said he was good at doubles. He's going to chuck us a few extras in.
He's going to go one step further than most players think they can.
140.
He's going to try and win a
Conor, you
leg
require
after hitting
26.
3 doubles. Can he hit double 4 with a flight in the way?
22.
No.
Sebastian, you require
And
4.
the key word was try.
Game shot
Match
on the
starts
fifth
have
leg.
come and gone.
Sebastian Bialecki.
Sebastian Bialecki got himself back in this one because that is a break of throw.
Do you get the feeling that
Sixth leg, it's Sebastian to throw
maybe
first.
hitting that double
Game
5
on.
perplexed Heneghan a little bit and just threw him off kilter?
I think especially how close it was as well. It was a really
70.
well thrown dart. It was right on the wire. Just kicked slightly out. I feel like if Conor is going to miss, he is always going to miss to the left. Just because of that
135.
sort of jolt in the body and that sort of lift of the height. That slight little lift of height around the shoulder is normally causing the leftwards drag.
96.
Tend to find it's sort of cut across, so it'll be treble 5 or just above. And if he does go over to the 1, it'll tend to be just underneath the treble.
180.
The match could have been over after 5 legs. But one of the benefits of Bialecki taking that 5th leg is that we've just seen our first
140.
maximum. Sebastian's checkered percentage so far is pretty useful.
40.
As you can see, he's hit 2 from 3. But 8 missed starts at double. Not all of them have cost Heneghan the point yet.
58.
We'll have another
Conor,
chance
you
now
require
to get this done.
146.
That's about as perfect as you could ask for.
114.
And the rest of it was pretty good as
Sebastian,
well.
you require 137.
He bent the wire of the 32 bed.
Yeah, that first start was almost like an invitation, wasn't it? Just inviting that second one in. It just sat perfectly how he wants it
97.
in the treble
Conor, you
19.
require 32.
Can he get the job done this time? Bialecki is lurking, and he knows it. From the right-hand side, this one's got to be high and hard.
Game,
Oh,
shots,
lovely assist
and
from the other
match.
one.
Conor
I think he
Heneghan.
understands that if he didn't hit his own dart, it might not have gone in, but sometimes you get a little bit of an assist from your own equipment. And he did play a little bit better than Bialecki overall. He was averaging 90 for most of that game. It came down a little bit at the end, but now he's just glad he's got his points tally up and running for Monday. 4 players on 2 points. Will we get somebody else getting 2 points in match 5 in Jack Wareing? He's up against John Michael after this. You'll find out in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Conor Heneghan has got his first win on the board, getting the better of Sebastian Bialecki by 4 legs to 2 in our 4th match of the day, doing so with an average just under 89 and 4 out of 14 on the double as well. Next up for us, it's the battle of Jack and John on the hockey here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We did catch up with Jack Wareing earlier on this morning, and we can definitely now hear from the ADC qualifier for this week. He caught up with me earlier on. Jack, welcome to the Super Series. What was your first impressions when you walked in the building this morning?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty special, yeah. Looks really, really good. Top setup. Yeah, can't wait to get going.
For those you may not have seen much of you before, just describe a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your game.
Well, I'd say I'm a bit of a fiery player, you know. When I get going, I'll be all right, but hopefully I'll get going from the off and I'll, yeah, do some damage, hopefully.
So I suppose this stage environment here at the Super Series, this might suit and cater for you then?
Yeah, I mean, I've played County A for, I don't know, I've played County A for 15 games, and I played probably 20-odd games in County B, so, yeah, I'm used to this sort of stage. I'll be all right, yeah.
Have you set any expectations for yourself this week, or is it a case of one game at a time?
Not at all. Just come here, enjoy myself, see what happens, see how it goes.
Qualified through the AGC route, what's that done for you in your game over recent months?
To be honest, I wasn't playing that well leading up to the tournament, and if I went and yeah, I played quite well. To be fair, I didn't play my best, but you know, sometimes you don't have to play your best to win, do you?
Oh, we look forward to watching you play this week. Jack, good luck.
Cheers, thank you very much. Cheers, mate.
Jack, you don't have to play your best sometimes to win. But on the other hand, considering the level that we've seen from the people throwing first in our matches so far on Monday, you might have to play just a little bit better to keep the streak going of everybody throwing first in the matches, winning so far today. The 31-year-old from Leamington Spa. Warwickshire County A player, as has been mentioned, but he's up against the man who is the best that Greece has ever produced. Played in many a thing around that neck of the woods and worldwide. But I suppose you'd have to say that when it comes to John Michael's career, he's been a bit of everywhere. He's played in the European Championship 12 years ago, lost to Phil Taylor there. He's played in both World Championships. 4 times in the PDC World Championship, 1 time at Lakeside. So he's done a little bit of going around the circuit and getting experiences everywhere. I suppose we'd have to ask him up front, what does he think his best achievement is to date?
60.
Because he's won quite a lot of tournaments in Europe as well.
Yeah, I seem to remember around about the 2012, 2013 period, I believe it was, that all those sort of smaller opens that was taking place, it was always won by John Michael.
180.
He's won the Greek Open 7 times. He's won the Cyprus Open
100.
6
John,
times.
you require 121.
He's won the Helican Open 4 times and the Malta Open 4 times. So around that neck of the woods, he can't be touched.
Interesting play there from John Michael. It'll be interesting to see how this develops throughout the week. He went for the ball. Didn't take the setup shot on the 1-2-1. He got the treble 20, 61 with 2 darts. He opted 11 ball.
John, you require
Seems
31.
to be a player that just wants to get the job done at the earliest possibility.
Game shot on the first leg.
That is the earliest possibility of a 31 checkout. And he's an Olympian at sprinting back from the board, as you can see there. Quick retrieval. He wants to get on with it. He wants to be paid by the minute.
95.
I've talked about John Michael and his career to date. Is it fair to say that this is probably the biggest thing that's happened to Jack so far?
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. And
60.
He's really embracing this opportunity as well. He's on social media speaking about the opportunity he's got here, and
60.
his family and friends really getting involved as well, showing a lot of support. But I personally think we're going to see the best of Jack
60.
when he gets a reset for Thursday and Friday, when he'll go either into Group B or into Group C.
So you don't think he's going to win Group
95.
No.
In a funny sort of way, would it be better for his experience if he didn't?
Oh, absolutely.
44.
More time on the stage, more time here in front of the cameras, the microscopes, as I call them, where we're watching the game through a very zoomed in sort
81.
of atmosphere, something that's very new to him, and it does make a big difference.
And whatever happens, it should make you a better player.
35. John, you require 170.
Well, these make you feel like a better player.
100.
Another interesting one there, Matt. If he'd hit a 140, he would have left double 15. So he's just seeing shots and going for them. He's not calculating them as
48.
other players possibly would.
John, you require 70.
He's going to go for tops.
Game
And he's going to hit it as well. This is really good from John. So far, so good. Averaging just short of 94.
Third leg, it's
Maybe
Jack
you're starting to see
first.
just
Game
why
on.
he's called the Deadly Rose.
We're getting to that part now, though, where you feel Jack Wareing needs to get a leg on the board, because he'll be starting to become aware
60.
of the level that he's going to need to compete with these 5 players. I said at the very start, when we look at the CVs of everybody, that Jack Wareing doesn't have
40.
the CV of the 5 players he's coming up here against. And the longer this goes without winning a leg, the harder it's going to be.
I agree. That's why it's really important to get a leg early, just to
81.
know the feeling of winning a leg And then you can replicate after that. Now, I just want to talk about
100.
this equipment that John Michael has. He actually has his own dart shop in Greece. He runs that, and he has a darts career as a player as well.
100.
He's not the only person who I've seen do that, actually. Good pal of mine in the past, Par Rienen from Sweden, has his own
60.
dart shop. And is still playing as well, because I believe he played in the Swedish National Championships at the weekend. But John is using something that is
60.
intricate to say the least. There is a lot of detail on these barrels. It almost looks like some sort of cryptic code on there.
140.
We've seen a lot of this with these sort of flagship players that are sort of leading the way for their country, because I believe Diogo Portela either has or is about to
28.
have a
John, you require
dart shop in Brazil.
161.
Devon Peterson doing similar over in South Africa.
97.
I spoke to John Michael about his dart shop. I think it was just over a year ago. And he was talking about the
60.
difficulties
John, you
of
require
Brexit.
64.
That's about as political as we get here at the MODUS Super Series. And moving on, let's look at what we do best.
48.
Well, that's not what
Jack,
he
you
does
require
best.
112.
He has given Jack a chance of his first leg of the day.
Did you have a shot of the 149 early? Got the 2 trebles. He's going to get a shot of the 112 on the ball.
87.
That would have been a settler.
John,
He
you
said he's a
require
fiery
60.
player. We might have seen a little glimpse of that if he'd have hit the bullseye with the last dart in hand.
Game shot on the
He
third
had to
leg.
go high on
John
that second
Michael.
dart. If you're not aware of how John's darts fly, they tend to kink to the right
Fourth leg.
every
it's
now
John
and
to
again,
throw
and sometimes
first.
double eight can
Game
be
on.
tricky. But he knows how his darts behave, and that's exactly why he went high on that second shot, and it paid off.
45.
Do you get the feeling Jack went to the barber to make himself look really sharp today, and he just said,
55.
Tell you what, give me a Nathan Aspinall haircut. It's exactly the same.
100.
He'd love to do half of what Nathan Aspinall's done in his career. He lost out to Michael van Gerwen in the last 8 of the UK Open yesterday. I don't think anybody was prepared for Andrew Gilding to win it.
85.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? HWPO. Think of those letters. Hard work pays off.
And it just goes to show as well that darts isn't a
42.
game of top trumps. Every stat, every bit of information would have told you Michael van Gerwen was going to win that title. Andrew Gilding, a 200 to 1
97.
outsider, won the event. And it's no one was a champion until they was. Just because they haven't won something before doesn't mean they're not going to win something in the future.
58.
Correct. You go to a roulette wheel and there's been 10 black numbers. That doesn't mean the next one will be.
81.
Just remember that the next time you look at a roulette wheel. Now Jack has got to be
55.
very, very fortunate
John, you
from here
require 93.
to try and get his first leg, because John Michael is on the cusp of another victory to be the first person onto 4 points in Group A.
68.
Not just
Jack,
yet.
you require 151.
Jack Wareing's got to have that attitude. Like say the 10 blacks have come in, he's got to believe that red could come next.
35. John, you require
'Cause
25.
John Michael does this, it will be 8 legs without reply.
Game,
And John
shots,
Michael
and
is
the match.
ruthless.
John Michael.
You just don't know how valuable getting those big wins will be until Wednesday afternoon. Jack not yet getting his first leg, but he will be back in a few games' time against Conor Heneghan in Game 7. He'll look to improve on what he's just done there. But John Michael's steady, and he'll be very happy with his doubles performance there. 40% is something that will get it done most of the time. When we come back, it will be the end of round 2, and it's Dennant against Warburton next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
We're here for 50 weeks this year, satisfying your darting needs here at the MODUS Super Series. Whether it be by day or by night, we'll keep bringing you some tungsten delights. And in our previous match, John Michael got the better of Jack Wareing by 4-0. That's our middle match in the second round of fixtures for our day here on Monday at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Next up for us, it's two regulars in this competition going toe-to-toe as Mike Warburton takes on Matt Dennant. Let's have a little look at what Matt has done in this competition in the past, because he has been a regular ever since the outset of this competition in Southampton in 2021. When you look at the matches won and lost, it's 109 to 103, but he tends to have this theme of being in competitive Group Bs, and those who have watched the Super Series a lot know that Group B tends to be the most evenly weighted group of the week in terms of points ratios and things like that. He has treated us to a big fish finish here under the roof of the Live Lounge, and his highest match average, a 105.79. His checkout ratio, 32%, round about 1 in 3. So when he gets the opportunities at the outer ring, he tends to take them, and an overall average of 89.07. And that is exactly why Matthew Edgar thinks that he is a Pro Tour player in waiting once again. Well, he takes on the former World Masters semi-finalist in Mike Warburton. This is going to round off the second round of matches for the day. And watching this one in the commentary box, here's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks again, Henry. match number 6, which will bring round 2 to a close. And right now, Mike Warburton is looking to join John Michael on 4 points going into the middle section of the day. That's something that Matt Dennant doesn't want to see. He lost out 4 legs to 2 in his first game today, and that was courtesy of missed darts at double. Now, those stats that we've just seen for Matthew, they told a very interesting story about how good he is or what he's capable of. But I tend to think that that doubles percentage is just about 2 or 3% too low.
Yeah, when we talk about the international quality player, 33% is the base mark, 33% is 1 in 3 darts.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Now, do you remember what Conor's stats said? He was above 35%. And he's done just a little bit more in Super Series
58.
darts. But I'd have to say that maybe both of them have missed opportunities of doing something even greater with us. That's what this week is all about for them. Trying to cement a Super Series legacy by getting
100.
themselves that weekly title. And that chance of getting the big title like Raymond Smith did in Super Series 2 and Conan Whitehead in Super Series 1.
100.
One thing I will say about Mike, I think he is one of the elite technicians in the sport. Whether that's Pro
100.
Tour, internationally, county. You give me Mike Warburton's throw and I'll be a happy man. I think a lot of people would say that.
140.
That's the positive. Now, I want him to hear this in a constructive manner. I personally think he is the biggest underachiever in Super Series history.
140.
When it comes to the amount he's won with us, I think even he would admit that he should have won more to now. That's a compliment, Mike,
93.
because
Mike
I rate
require
you
161.
highly. But I don't think you've won enough, considering your talent. There's another chance for you this week.
Be a
97.
tough
Mike,
one.
you require 110.
It's a week littered with talent. He's got the opportunity to break Matt Dennant early on in this one.
44. Mike, you require
He's had that
64.
grounding today, hasn't he? Won 4 straight legs against Jack Wareing in match number 3. He can get himself a little cloak of invincibility if
44.
he hits doubles early here.
Matt, you require 66.
Double top.
26.
And Dennant is still
Mike, you require
having
20.
a little bit of trouble on the outer ring, and that's why he's scratching his head.
Yeah, he's 2 from 12 in his opening game. He'll be hoping that trend doesn't continue into this one.
Game shot on the first leg.
5 straight legs for the
Mike
day for
Warburton.
Warby. I don't know if you ever saw that really famous commercial with
Second
George
leg, it's
Clooney.
Mike to throw
It
first.
was a famous
Game
bread
on.
advert. You know what the brand of bread is. It's Mike's surname. And George pronounced it Mr. Warburton.
95.
I've never forgotten that. And I don't want Mike to forget that either, because you've got American people swarming on Wrexham right now.
40.
They might be calling him Mike Warburton.
I thought you was going to go to an advert which I think was around about soft mints. And there was a character in it called
60.
Mr. Soft. And he walks down
I
the road.
remember that.
Because he's got a bit of a strut and a bounce about him. I thought he was going to go Mr. Soft.
60.
He doesn't want to go soft. You've got to stay ruthless in these contests here at the MODUS Super Series. Now everybody's typing into YouTube, Mr. Soft. Trust me, it's something that'll perk your day up.
100.
It is one of the greatest commercials ever made.
And these are 2 people that will appreciate this.
60.
I've shared practice rooms with both of these people. And Scott Baker, who's coming up. I mean, we could have a Group B with Mike Warburton, Matt Dennant and Scott Baker. I guarantee you that is a ticket to the practice room you would want, because that is a group of
180.
very underrated darting comedians.
97. Mike, you require 66.
Just a little look of frustration there from Matt. Maybe one of, why is this happening to me on Monday morning?
26.
Well, if you are going to miss when your opponent's on 2-4-4. And if you're going to miss high. Matt doesn't miss.
180.
That's got a nice ring to it.
Mike, you require 40.
Does, especially when you call Matt. Nice marker there for Warburton. I'm more surprised he missed that one rather than
20.
the hit.
Matt, you require 64.
That's where that big 180. Just give Matt Dennant this opportunity. You are never out of a leg.
32.
I really thought he was going to hit that.
Mike, you require
because
20.
the one double that did work for him earlier was double 16.
Game
That
shot
one
on the
works.
second leg. My Warburton.
Equalises his worst leg of the week so far. But he still wins. Just goes to
Third
show you
leg,
don't
it's
have
Matt
to be
to throw
brilliant
first.
sometimes to win
Game
a
on.
leg. Just got to be good enough. Now, did you say to me off the air that the 170 checkout that Matt Dennant
96.
got in his Super Series career was against you?
I think it might have been. Yeah. I think it happened in the old venue in Southampton. I think it might have been a Friday
100.
evening, possibly. It was in a really good group, actually. Myself, Matt Dennant, Stephen Burton,
140.
Scott Williams, Dave Pallett.
That does sound like a good group. Two of those players have now got tour cards, of course. Stephen Burton and Scott Williams.
100.
Neither had a UK Open to remember over the weekend. And Scott Williams was
95.
dealt Jelle Klaasen at the end of Friday afternoon on stage 2. That was a particularly entertaining game. Oh, look what Matt Dennant's left. Well, this would be a way to break a duck in this
Matt,
game,
you
Matt.
require
I leave it
170.
to you.
He wasn't able to
93.
convert the 170, but he was able to leave it much more handy. The 77 should get him a dart at the double. He only needs to stay straight on the singles. Mike
60.
Warburton is on
Matt,
a
you
no
require
finish.
77.
So Matt Dennant's got 6 darts at the 77. He opts to try and leave that double 16. Maybe he's aware of what Paul Nicholson's already
45.
alluded to. Maybe he's not enjoying throwing up that top end of the board. Maybe a sign of tension.
They don't call him the scholar for nothing. He has to learn from his own experience.
145.
miss it
Matt,
this
you
time,
require
Matt.
32.
This could be a nice guide from that angle.
Game shot on the
Beautifully
third
used.
leg. Matt
A
Dennant.
little bit of a sigh of relief there for the scholar then. Something to build on. But he still has to break
Fourth
Warburton.
leg, it's Mike to throw first.
And he's
Game
constantly finding himself in really tough spots. Now, I mentioned Jelle Klaasen in the previous leg. He won week 3 against Jack Main in what was a
on.
fabulously entertaining week.
140.
So you've got Worsley, Bates, Klaasen and Scott Taylor into the Super Series 3 Champions Week already.
99.
No disrespect to Super Series 2, but that looks really interesting. We had great players through to the Super Series 2 Champions Week, and ultimately the best player did win it in Raymond Smith. But when I look at Scott
100.
Taylor, I look at Klaasen, I look at Owen Bates and Worsley, and the levels they were attaining in getting through that week, it's better than Super Series 2, isn't it?
58.
I think you've only got to look at the CVs of those players to analyse that, to know what they've achieved in the past and what they're going to achieve. Because we're not talking about players at the back end of the career. We're talking about players that are still in that middle part.
140.
You tend to find as well that people put in their best average performances maybe on a
100.
Tuesday or a Wednesday when they've got a
Mike
nice
require
mix of energy
121.
and practice in the tank. Not in a final. Scott Taylor bangs in a 109 in a final. Now, I've been with the Super Series for a couple of years. I've not seen that before.
103.
Well, this time he gets the miss low on the double and has to quiz himself over the next few seconds as to whether he wants to go for the double 9
98. Mike
or
require
leave something
18.
smaller. There's your answer.
9.
Oh, that's about as bad
Mike
as it could have got,
require
really.
146.
Well, it could get worse. I think it got worse if Matt Dennant would have took out the 146.
96. Mike require
Left himself
9.
a potential 1-darter, but I don't think he's going to be going for it. We'll be doing like Mike Warburton's here, and it's a single for the double 2, last start in hand.
7.
That's a long way off.
Matt, you require 50.
And he doesn't understand why.
Opportunity to leave that double 16, a much easier route this time to leave the double 16 than he had on the 77.
18.
But he's just not converting
Mike
these
required
opportunities.
2.
This is going to be driving Matthew Dennant crazy.
Game shot on the
Especially when
fourth
he's
leg.
losing a leg.
Mike Warburton.
When his opponent hits double 1. And it breaks his throw. I'm sorry, Matt Dennant. It just doesn't
Fifth
get
leg,
any
it's
worse
Matt
than
to
that
throw
for him right
first.
now. And he's really
Game
being
on.
tested. Oh, it didn't break his throw. It was a hold. I do beg your pardon. But it probably felt like a break.
Well, he wasn't the only one who thought that, because Mike Warburton actually approached the board thinking it was his throw.
100.
We talk about a lot of different scenarios for these players, and particularly in the bubble of Matthew Dennant right now. What's he thinking?
140.
Is he stewing in a little bit of pity right now because he's missed so many doubles, or is he just thinking
100.
about the future? Can he easily forget what's happened over the last 7 or 8 legs?
He should do, and he should have the experience level to do that.
140.
Is he doing it? It doesn't look like it is at the moment. And you can tell that just from the facials. We just get these little
81.
clues, these little tells. And there's one straight away there as he hits the 1. Because what happens is when you miss opportunities, all those little misses then feel amplified, like they feel more important than they should do. Hitting a
44.
single 1 at that point of the leg, it's not the end of the world, but it will feel bigger to him right now because of all the misses previous.
Let me paint a little bit of a picture
140.
for you, Matt. If indeed you watch this back later, because you can't hear us now. There was a certain Lee Budgeon a few weeks back who won a Group A and he lost his first 2 games, so all is not lost.
99. Matt, you require 80.
Just start doing things a leg at a time that make you feel better. Things like this.
Game shot on
Things
the
like
fifth
that.
leg. Matt
That's much
Dennant.
better. And this game may not be over just yet.
Sixth
My
leg, it's
only
Mike to throw
concern here
first. Game on.
Comes down to the fact, like I said, what is he thinking? Now, the fact is, he's trying to leave that double 16 at all costs. Now he's had success elsewhere, but he's not having it on the
60.
16s. Does he now start to complicate matters and start thinking that other areas of the board might be more successful?
100.
Sometimes you really need to do what's natural. For me, it was always trying to leave 32. That's where I felt most comfortable. And I got asked the question very recently, if I was having a bad time of
60.
it on double 16 and double 8, would I then try and leave double top and double 10? And I never changed it because I despised double 10 so much. I would do anything
81.
to avoid it.
Yep, I'm a big double 16 player myself, and you get asked those sort of questions. Again, personally, I would rather have 1 dart at double 16 than 2 at tops, or even 3 at tops at times.
60.
That's where we make 0 sense as dart players. because we'll sit here with a microphone and tell you the percentages and the best routes and the things of doing things, and then go do something totally different.
140.
Just like to keep you guessing, that's why.
Well, Matt Dennant has put himself into a position of actually being favourite for this match all of a sudden,
100.
because he's broke the throw here in the scoring phase. He should be getting some darts at a double. He would love to hit a 140 at this situation.
140.
It looks like it's Valentine's Day, because that is a perfect return there for Matt Dennant. Leaves himself 3 darts at tops. That would be for a breaker throw. Then he'll be throwing first for the match.
60.
This could be a
Matt
huge
required 40.
turnaround.
Game shot
All of a sudden, things are starting to
Matt
click.
Dennant.
It's a bit of a weird game, actually, but weird in a good way.
7th and final leg.
seen
It's Matt to throw
The
first.
lowest
Game
winning
on.
average of the day in the previous game of 82.36. Unless we have a very long leg here. We're not going to see
100.
an average under that winning this game. Unless maybe Warburton steals it in around 18 to 21 darts. But would you say, Matt,
100.
that this is a game that Warburton maybe should have won by now?
Well, he's had the opportunities, seen the road ahead,
96.
but I don't think at many opportunities here he's actually took too many steps down that road.
So he's seen the road, he just hasn't walked down it yet.
140.
I did say yet, because that gives him a half-dart lead. And this is only the second time today that we've gone to leg number 7. The first time was when John Michael
58.
beat Conor Heneghan in the first game of the day.
That is a lovely dart for Mike Warburton.
140.
140 after that first dart was sort of my minimum expectation. And he's taking some steps down the road. It's like he just
100.
stopped at a
Mike
red light for a
required
little bit.
121.
Now it's gone green.
All he ever does is wear red and green. Just watch him all week and you'll find out. Bullseye.
96.
Line was perfect.
Matt, you
Give
require
it a chance.
147.
No chance for Dennant. Now, Warburton in this game has hit 3 doubles.
95.
17.
Mike, you require
Only
25.
17%. He can't continue in that vein right now.
Game,
And he doesn't.
shots,
He
and the match.
just about
Mike
gets across the
Warburton.
line and wins by 4 legs to 3. So Dennant does lose his first 2 games of his campaign in Group A. But like I said, Matt, people have lost their first 2 games before and come through to win it. So take that into the practice room and run forward with it. But Warburton wins with the lesser average and indeed the lesser percentage on the checkouts. But he does get the points, and that's how we measure the players here at the MODUS Super Series. When we come back, it will be the start of round 3 of our matches in Group A.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds of matches down for our Monday morning session. So it is time for the prime time assessment from Matthew. Let's begin with that last match between Mike Warburton and Matt Dennant, because that was a game that ebbed and flowed. Warburton looked in control at the start. Dennant made the comeback, but then it was Warby who made that push of the line.
I think that's one of those games where both players will feel they had the opportunity to win that one. Certainly when Matt Dennant brought that back to 3-3 and the levels he was showing at that point, I thought he was going to run on and take that game. But the back-to-back 140s from Mike Warburton was just enough to give himself the opportunity, and he got the victory in the end. And getting some points on the board early, especially in this group, where they're all going to be beating each other. No one's going to have a runaway lead in this one. This is one of those weeks where 20, 22 points is probably going to win the Group A. Getting some early against those contenders, good win for Warburton.
Talking about getting off to good starts, John Michael has done exactly that, winning each of his opening 2 matches. And it's fair to say we didn't quite know what to expect from John coming into this. We know he recently dropped off the Pro Tour, but he's playing in some fine fettle as a Deadly Rose.
Deadly would be the way forward. He's finishing, scoring. Every part of John Michael's game at the moment just looks polished and it looks professional, which is what you'd expect for someone who's just come off the professional tour. And he was getting some good wins towards the back end of his Pro Tour career as well. So maybe coming off the tour came at the wrong time for John Michael, that actually maybe he's starting to find the level that got him on there in the first place. This is certainly a good place when you're getting yourself into that level of form, because there's some serious prize money up for grabs in this event.
Because by virtue, for those players, and we saw it last week with Andy Bolton, he was unlucky not to win that final. Scott Taylor played so well that the players that dropped off the tour but playing well towards the latter end of it, they're going to look at this and think, well, I could be one of the premier players in this tournament.
We had this conversation down this morning, myself and Paul Nicholson on commentary, saying, who is the face of the Super Series this year? I said Graham Usher for me last year was the face of the Super Series. We now won't see him here because he's gone and got a PDC Tour card. Who is going to be that person that, when you look at your group and you see who's playing, you think, I don't want them in my group. We're yet to see it yet, I believe, but there's plenty more weeks to go, and we're seeing some real talent come through, especially those players that are coming in off the tour this year.
On the basis of last week's final, they would not wanted to have played Scott Taylor, 109 average in that final against Andy Bolton. And we can have a look at last week in a little bit more context now, but having a look at some of the top-tier stats that we saw from week 4 of Series 3. And in fact, the quickest game turned out to be the final, 7.5 minutes. We saw 7-ton-plus averages, an average of 2 maximums. We could go through the whole stat slide there, Matt, and just marvel over the quality.
The standard's going up all the time, but I think a lot of that now is coming down to the experience levels of the players as well. We saw the PDC and the stats in terms of their major events going through the roof when the development of the European Tour came on, and people got the experience of playing in front of stages, in front of crowds, in front of the microscopes of the big stages. Now this is something that next tier down is getting used to playing in these streamed environments with the cameras and everything that comes with it, the whole production, the whole show, everything that comes with getting the timings right. They're all starting to gain that level of experience now, which is seeing everything go up.
Already 4 weeks into this particular phase, are we already looking at the best Champions Week lineup we have had yet when you look at the likes of Owen Bates, Jelle Klassen in that lineup?
I think the simple answer to that is just without a doubt.
Well, let's have a quick check before we move into Game 7 of the table after a couple of games. As you can see, Mike Warburton and John Michael, they're level on both 4 points and +5 in terms of the legs difference category. Heneghan and Bialecki winning 1 from 2. Jack Wareing, who's up next against Conor Heneghan, looking to get his first win on the board. Heneghan looking to go alongside Michael and Warburton at the top of the Group A table. Let's get straight into the action then, because Matthew Edgar's going to make his way down to the commentary box and join Paul Nicholson for the action.
Thank you very much. And I suppose the biggest narrative when it comes to this game is, will Jack Wareing get himself off the mark? Not just when it comes to points, but in legs. And we hope for his sake that he does. Been a tough morning so far for Jack, but maybe he can start to feel a bit more comfortable on the stage under the lights, but up against one of the premier performers in Super Series action here in Portsmouth. I mentioned he's got the average record for this venue, but Jack doesn't really care about records
First
right
leg,
now.
it's
All
Conor
he
to
wants
throw
to do,
first. Game on.
in a manner of speaking, is set the record straight by getting himself on 2 points, which would put himself alongside Heneghan and Sebastian Bialecki. But we could have 3 players
85.
on 4 points after 7 matches if Conor was to do something to Jack that John Michael and Mike Warburton did a little bit earlier.
134.
What do you think's got to change, Mr. Edgar, about Jack Wareing in this game to try and worry Conor's position as favourite?
59.
I was literally coming down and I was thinking, in a way, Jack's got to make sure that nothing changes in the delivery. Because what you can do when you
59.
start off like Jack has and you're bottom of the table and you're -8 points and you've just had that bit of a stinker of a performance is you can go, right, well, maybe I'll grip the dart a
38.
little bit differently. Maybe I'll stand a little bit differently. Maybe I'll change me flights. Maybe, and you end up changing too many things that all you'll end up doing is constantly changing things. And I think at this period of time,
52.
we're going to give him quite a bit of a grace period because this is completely new to him. He's not someone who's been playing out on the development tours, the challenge tours, someone who's dropped off the pro tour, who's
134.
ever played this sort of thing before. Yes, he's referenced to the fact he's played county darts, but that is nothing like he's experiencing here at the moment. So you
58.
at least give him that day's grace just to sort of get used to things. He could lose all 5 matches today and come back tomorrow and then go, right, now what can we
130.
work on? What can we get from tomorrow? But today should just all be a complete freebie for Jack Wareing.
Are you saying to me that maybe he's got to let his game come to him a little bit?
100. Conor, you
Use the
require
5 games today
55.
to see how he feels and then work with that over the next couple. Because
Game
he's
shot
lost
on
the first leg already.
Conor
Heneghan,
Heneghan.
a little bit ruthless in his nature there, but that's what you've got to be. When you see
Second leg, it's Jack
a
to
very
throw
weak
first. Game
lamb
on.
in the field and you're a lion, you go after the weak one, don't you? You've seen Men Are in Nature program, I'm sure, but that's what happens when you go to these
59.
plains and these large fields around the world. The hunters go after the weak, and Conor Heneghan is a hunter.
58.
Yeah, he did stand out at the start of the day. I said we've got the 5 players and then Jack as well.
134.
That was based on, I said, the CVs of the players, the previous experience, but he has had some positive experience recently. I mean, one of the players he beat to qualify here is
140.
somewhat of a local legend in the area, the Muffin Man Steve Hine. He beat him in the final. Famously known for his walk-on at the
100.
Alexandra Palace, where he walked on just like a baker, throwing out muffins to the crowd.
Yes, Steve, if you are watching this game, we blame you for the fact that we are hungry right now.
133.
But then again, many a player has come here with treats and not stopped by the commentary box, so we feel a bit offended when that happens. It was
81. Conor, you require
who brought the brownies?
170.
Oh, it was Niall Cullerton, but he endeavoured to make up for it by the end of the week.
94.
So,
Jack, you require
Imagine
127.
Jack Waring's first leg on the TV is to be 127 in game.
41. Conor, you require
I think it's
76.
playing on his mind now that he's wondering where that first leg is going to come. Because it might not be this one. Oh, it's happening again.
64.
We've seen that happen a fair few
Jack,
times
you require 86.
here in Portsmouth, where people are going for the single 16 and get the double. But that first leg for Jack might come on double 7.
72. Conor, you require 12.
Not just his 5th dart at a double so far today.
Game shot on the
And
second
that
leg.
is the
Conor
10th one
Heneghan.
that has gone against him. Break a throw for Conor Heneghan.
Third
Now,
leg, it's
we'll
Conor
just
to
go
throw
back
first.
to it,
Game on.
because I'm pretty sure Jack's going to be one of these players that's going to want to watch this back and see where things could happen. It's almost like ignoring
85.
today. Like, the other thing I'm going to say is that last slide we looked at, that league table. I would also advise you to completely ignore that as well, because I think, looking at the table, I don't think really it's going to have too much relevance until we look at the very end on Wednesday, because I think it's going to flip-flop in multiple different directions.
Correct. Don't even look at the table until Wednesday.
135.
What you said actually reminds me of one of my favourite jokes. What do you call a person, or what do you call the footwear worn
100.
by a person with 2 left feet? Flip-flips. Nice dad joke for there on Monday. I know I'm terrible at them. If you want good jokes, ask Mark Webster.
41.
This
Conor,
is not
you
a joke,
require
though.
141.
This is turning into a bit of a learning experience for Jack. And Heneghan is playing his usual brand of
95.
really aggressive darts. He's making this 95 average look very usual for him. And I've seen him play quite a lot over the last couple of years. And he does tend to play his best in the middle of a session.
Conor, you require 46. Game shot on the
Well,
third
he's finding
leg.
his best.
Conor Heneghan.
He is 3-0 up on Jack Wareing, who is now facing down the barrel of a third
Fourth leg, it's Jack to
consecutive
throw first.
4-0 defeat.
Game on.
He's playing, average-wise, much better. By far the best we've seen from him so far today. He's just running into one here from Conor Heneghan.
45.
What we are finding, I don't know if you've noticed this, Matt, but his misses are in that 1 centimetre zone below that treble 20.
180.
There's a lot more force in the action from Heneghan, but his timing is working. That's a better first dart, believe it or not, but that second dart signifies where a lot of his
100.
misses have been today so far.
And just into that left of the bed, and that just tells me that he's just throwing a little bit softer than his normal, which
100.
would be fully expected. He mentioned in his interview that he likes to be a bit fiery, a bit of a fiery player. Maybe he's just being a bit timid and just throwing a little bit softer.
96.
Just trying to be a little bit more deliberate.
You're trying to get Mr. Soft in again. Got to go back up top.
57.
Leaves himself a 164 for the match. Highest winning average of the day from John Michael, 99.79. That will take a bit of beating today.
100. Conor, you require 164.
But if Conor was to take the points in the next 4 darts, let's say,
89.
he would
Jack,
be
you
on
require
4 points
160.
and +4. A very healthy position.
There's a chance here for us to see if Jack Wareing's able to build on positives, because this is a much improved performance. He only averaged 61 in his last game.
Conor, you
He's on
require
an 86
75.
for this one. Is he able to take what he's getting from this game, build on that for the rest of the day?
35.
Maybe he can get his first
Jack
leg.
requires 79.
And maybe build on this. It's double 11. He's
Game
got his
shot on
first
the
leg of the
fourth
day.
leg. Jack Wareing.
And a little bit of a smile from Jack. Well done. Conor Heneghan had his chance of winning
Fifth leg, it's
4-0,
Conor
but now he has to go back to
first. Game
5-1
on.
just to get the job done. Now he can relax a little bit. The shoulders will just drop a little bit, and he'll think, finally got it.
100.
Now I can figure out how to get a second one.
What he'll be thinking as well is that's avoided the embarrassment, because as players, we get embarrassed
80.
by performances or by results, and he would have been starting to get that little bit of a doubt. That seed would have been growing where he
96.
starts to wonder, am I good enough for this level? I hope my family and friends aren't watching every single moment in this one. And you probably get to the point where,
43.
I don't want to watch that back. Now he's got some positivity. I said the average is around about the 85 mark at the moment for
99.
Jack Wareing, which he was 81 in his opener. He was 61 in his second, so much more improved there. He's scared a couple of 180s in this one. Couple of 140s.
33.
He's outscoring Conor Heneghan on the tons column. So there are plenty of things here that if Jack is one of those players that can take these and try and build on them, we could start to see the best of him, certainly going into new days.
Could it be something as small as maybe trying to get 2 legs in the next match? Getting closer, because he has got plenty of games ahead of him. Double top.
26.
That's in pretty much the same puncture wound as the match start in the previous leg. But this time, he's guaranteed to come back.
39. Conor, you require 40.
It may just be a temporary reprieve as Heneghan goes for the win and gets the win.
Shot and the match.
17
Conor
darts is good
Heneghan.
enough to get the 4-1 victory this time, and he will get himself into a column of winning more games than he loses so far today. That's kind of what we expect from Conor Heneghan. He is going to have some lulls, but again, he averages very, very well, and the doubles are pretty decent too. We're going to have to watch out for him all week long. Sebastian Bialecki and Mike Warburton will be coming in game number 8, the very middle match of the session. It's coming up after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Conor Heneghan has got his second consecutive victory to his name, getting the better of Jack Wareing by 4 legs to 1, doing so with an average of 92.5, solitary max in the match, and 4 out of 9 on his doubles. An impressive display from the Irishman, that is for sure. Well, next up for us, it's Sebastian Bialecki up against Mike Warburton. Warburton, another one of those experienced campaigns. It really is a week of experience here at the Super Series, and we can have a little bit more of a look at what he's achieved here in in this competition at the Super Series and in its previous incarnation at the Live League. He's won 179 matches, had a high checkout of 170, the big fish, including a 10-dart leg as well, and a checkout conversion ratio of 36%. That really is impressive when you consider the amount of games that he has played. Overall average as well of 88.77, so he's been playing to a very high standard, and you'd expect that from a man who has made the semi-finals of the World Masters in the past 3 years. Well, he's in action against Sebastian Bialecki, who made a major quarter-final last year at the UK Open, as the boys in the commentary box have mentioned. And talking about the boys in the commentary box, let's hand back down to him. It's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks again, Henry. And looking at those stats, I am almost magnetised to the percentage on the doubles throughout a 300-plus game career at the Super Series. And when someone's over 36%, that really does pique my interest. But when it comes to Mr. Consistency, Warburton, averaging over 88 for all of that time, when you consider the amount of chances he's had to write his name into Super Series infamy, he's known as a consistent performer, but he doesn't really have the amount of W's to warrant how good he has been. He's had a lot of visits to Saturday nights. He would dearly love another.
First leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
When you're lacking those W's, it means you're lacking the pounds as well, because the pounds are paid for the wins,
140.
which means he will probably feel that he's not got his rewards yet for the talent that he possesses.
When it comes to motivation for himself,
100.
he could think of another Welshman, Robert Owen, who had many a trip to a Saturday night and many a win as well. I'm sure Robert is watching today, and if you are, Stack Attack, hello.
180.
Things are decidedly quiet without you around. Good luck on the Pro Tour for the next couple of years. We don't want to see you back, by the
85.
way. I mean that as a compliment. But Warburton, if he was to find that next level, that win in week 5, and then potentially a deep
35.
run, or even a win in Champions Week at the start of May, it could be something that just gets him doing something like he was in 2019. Like Henry mentioned, making the semi-finals of the World Masters. Winning a couple of ranking titles in Ireland.
60. Sebastian, you require 146.
Also won the Welsh Open as well in 2018. These events are attended by about 500-600 players
58.
traditionally. Pretty much everybody who's not currently on the professional tour will be there. They are a marathon day of darts.
140. Sebastian, you
And you have to come
require
back and play the
88.
finals the next day.
Yeah, I never really understood that. I've got to be honest, I'm not a fan of it. That's a bit like saying,
36.
do you know what?
Mike, you require
We'll play our semi-finals
116.
and our groups on Saturday, but come back on Sunday night to play the final.
But it's like playing the FA Cup final and doing the first 70 minutes, coming back the next day for the last 20.
60.
Or if you're Manchester
Sebastian,
United,
you require
25.
52.
Anyway, we're not going to talk about Manchester United fans today because they're feeling a little bit bruised after yesterday.
Game
And
shot on the
Warburton's
first
feeling a bit
leg.
bruised after
Sebastian
losing the first leg of
Bialecki.
this contest. Just want to reference as well,
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
the pandemic hit in March of 2020. Mike Warburton was part of
100.
the at-home darts that we created prior to the Live League, which is now the Super Series, and he played a lot of the stuff from home and
140.
was a very, very good player at it. But he won, just before that started, the last WDF tournament before
121.
all sport was stopped. And in fact, everything stopped. It was on the 12th of March in the Isle of Man. He beat Martin Adams in the final of the Isle of Man Open by 5 legs to 2,
100.
which at the time he'll have thought, this is a big tournament. This is going to vault me into maybe another stratosphere. Little did he know, and little did everybody know, that things would stop after that.
100.
But there are plenty of tales of sports people who may have won around that time who didn't get the full benefit of it because of what happened next.
140.
It did stop a lot of form, but also it generated new form lines. Some players came out of that period of time
100.
far
Sebastian
better than
Bialecki,
going into it because of the extra
121.
time they had to be able to put into things like the darts.
That one's in, and it's safe. Bullseye.
96. Mike, you require 80.
Just for a second, he may have confirmed with the referee whether that was in. We ask that same question of Mike right now. Is it in?
Game
It
shot on the
most
second
definitely
leg.
is.
Mike Warburton.
Working very hard for his points is Warby. And he could well be the first person to 6 points if he gets 3 more legs in this contest.
Third leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Not that I want to bring the pandemic up again. I know you're someone who has a YouTube channel, Matt, and you talk about all
99.
things darts. Here's a bit of an umbrella question. If the pandemic didn't hit, would we be sitting here?
No, absolutely not.
125.
There was certain things that happened because of the pandemic. This is one of them. The development of this system. And you've got to say
58.
darts has come out as a sport from the pandemic stronger than when it went into it. But that just shows that the people at the top are very adaptable, very flexible, and can change with the times, which is why the sport continues to grow.
140.
Look at that beautiful follow through. I can't stop watching it. If you're watching this at home as a
140.
young dart star in the making, and you're not at school or some form of education, you may indeed be watching this from around the world. Look at these two technicians
100.
and try and copy these two of anybody this week. Look at that accent at the end with that wrist. Absolutely beautiful.
180.
And the result was
Mike
pretty good as
require
well.
136.
Oh, double 8.
Game shot.
How
on the
good
third
was that leg?
Mike Warburton.
That was a special leg of darts from both players. There's not much Sebastian Bialecki can do about that.
Fourth leg.
Well,
it's
he
Mike to
tried,
throw
didn't he?
first.
140.
Game on.
180. Just didn't expect Mike Warburton to take out the 136 for the break. And when we talked earlier, well, Jack Wareing talked earlier about being a fiery player.
100.
Mike Warburton's got that fiery side to him, and we're seeing it come out here with a couple of celebrations. Not something we see too much at the Super Series, but like I say, Mike Warburton is a bit of a
85.
character, and he won't care too much. If he wants to react, he's going to react. You're just going to have to deal with it.
I like it, actually. I think it suits him. In that 12 darter with the 136 at the end,
100.
he was 125, 140, ton 136. And we harp on a little bit, us old schoolers, about the old 5-ton leg that we never get anymore. But right there,
99.
you had a 4-ton 12 darter. Those kind of legs really fire you up. It makes you think, do you know what? Today's going to be my day. This is going to be my week.
100.
But what you got to do is remember legs like that and just recite to yourself when things are a little bit sour, a little bit slower. I remember doing that. Yeah.
100.
I can do it again. Now he's got something that he can really focus on for the rest of the week. This
95.
is one of those games where the average for both players tells you a very good story. Bialecki losing with the greater average and courtesy of the maximums that he's hit.
Mike require
But Warburton is
106.
timing everything to perfection. Can he do it again?
Well, he's done the 136.
86.
Just comes low
Sebastian
on the
requires
106.
77.
So Bialecki, an opportunity to instantly reply with a breaker throw of his own. It's tops.
57.
It's not tops.
Mike required 20.
It's tens.
He's been a tens machine today.
No score.
But he didn't switch it on.
Sebastian, you required 20.
He's having a look in hope that that dart has just gone over the top of the flight and
Game
in
shown the fourth
the double
leg.
10. But that's
Sebastian
what the dart
Bialecki.
looks like when it hits the double 10. We're back to a level game.
Fifth
Back
leg, it's Sebastian to
on the
throw
throw.
first. Game on.
That is Bialecki with the darts.
There are many young players now coming from mainland Europe.
100.
Had a chance to look quite closely a couple of weeks ago at Nico Springer. For me, one of the best non-tour card holders in the world.
140.
I would dearly, if I'm putting my hand on my heart right now, if there's one player I want to see here, it's Nico Springer. I think he's fabulous.
58.
There was a time when all the young players coming through were from Wales, Scotland, England. There might be one or two from further afield. But there are more players coming through
100.
at the age of 21 to 25 from the likes of Poland, Germany, Gibraltar, and some other countries in mainland Europe than ever before.
Belgium. Real hotbed at the moment.
140.
Belgium. Absolutely love the darts over there. Can't wait to get back out there again, actually. I love doing little Belgium tours, and
100.
they're so welcoming but so enthusiastic. I wouldn't be surprised. We see a few more reaching
99.
the tour. We've obviously seen Ronnie
Mike
Hybricks go
require
back on the tour.
161.
He's on there now with Dimitri Vandenberg and Kim Hybricks. I think there's plenty more to come, though, from Belgium.
Is he going up a notch?
136.
He's having cracks at a lot of shots. He's hit a
Sebastian, you require
136, missed a
104.
106, and then shaves a 161. And he could have found himself behind there. Bialecki found treble 18
72.
and double 16.
Mike required 25.
This has got to be the most important secondary shot in darts.
Game
Because
shot
you
on
will
the
find
fifth
yourself
leg.
on it
Mike
a
Warburton.
lot at this level. Warburton back in front.
Sixth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game
Certain
on.
head-to-head records throughout the course of a week just make you think, this one's going to deliver this week. It's going to be this one. We'll see them play the middle match tomorrow as well.
140.
And then again on Wednesday, and we'll keep a tally as to how they get on. The one thing, apart from
97.
the style of his play that I'm a big fan of with Bialecki, is nothing bothers him. It's just the Polish way of doing things. You look at all of the Polish players that have come through. Titus Karnik, Krzysztof Ratajski,
140.
Radek Zagansky.
Krzysztof Kachuk.
Yeah, they're all of the same sort of mentality.
100.
They don't give much away. In fact, of those players, I'd probably have to say Kachuk is probably the one that gives away the most. And it's not a lot. We've had a previous Polish player before in
100.
Sebastian Steyr. That's somebody that Sebastian knows really well. There's a lot of Polish Grand Prix darts with him.
Say about people not giving away a lot. Mike Warburton's done exactly the same
100.
that he did in his last
Mike
game. When it comes
require
down to that leg where he could win the
121.
match, 2 140s and a ton to leave the 1-2-1. He's not giving away much. He's not giving away many opportunities. It's double 18. for the match.
103.
He could have had 4 ton plus checkouts in this game. Or as what we call here at the Super Series, doing an usher. The only person I know
57.
of who has had 4 ton plus
Mike
checkouts in a match.
18.
Double 4.
14.
Doesn't quite take the victory.
Sebastian, you require 147.
Big ask for Bialecki. These 2 trebles. He misses on the first opportunity, so Warburton will return 3 darts in hand
97.
for his 3rd victory
Mike,
of
you
the
require
day.
4.
Just glided over the top, Mike.
Game,
Just like that.
shot, and the match.
That is a big win
Mike
for Warburton. It
Warburton.
maintains his 100% record so far today. And you can see what it means to him. He can't wait to go and tell everybody in the practice room just how well he played. There's the proof of it. Sebastian Bialecki with a 98 average, but it's not enough to beat the man who did not have the darts in that match. But that 136, that was the big turning point because that was a special 12-dart leg. Could be a special match coming up between John Michael and Matthew Dennant. Don't miss that after the break.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen Mike Warburton back in the winner's enclosure, getting the better of Sebastian Bialecki by 4-2. Real high-quality game. Bialecki loses with a 98 average. Warburton getting over the line, including a 136 checkout to break the throw of Bialecki. And he had 16 ton-plus scores in that game, just demonstrating his consistency in terms of the scoring stakes. Well, next up for us is Matt Dennant in action, and he takes on a man who has never lost here at the Super Series in John Michael. I know he's only played twice, but let's not get the facts getting in the way of a good story, shall we, guys?
I love the way you said that, Henry. He's never lost. And I love that there's a capital A in last 32 when it comes to UK Open for the record of the Deadly Rose, but he's never lost. unfortunately, Matthew Dennant hasn't won today. I'm not going to say never there, 'cause that's a bit harsh. He has won on a Monday before. But let's see what Greece's best ever player can do with a scholar. He's been dispatching everybody so far today with ease. What's going to happen next? I say with ease. He makes it look easy when he's playing well. What has Matthew Dennant got to do to get a win? He's got to score well. And when he gets there, he's got to be more accurate on the outer ring. That is very apparent. 16% in his first performance against Sebastian Bialecki. And after that, 33%. But he was up against Warburton, who's in a very good mood today.
Yeah, if we put it all together for our aggregate sort of score, he's had 21 darts at a double, which over 2 games is a reasonable amount. You'd expect to be converting at least 2 points from that, but he's only hit 5 of those. So 5 from 21. We'd say you need to be sort of 1 in 3. That puts him just a little bit more than 1 in 4.
100.
I just want to address the fact that we have 5 different nations in the practice room today. Do you think
83
that maybe English being the dominant language will have an effect on how maybe John prepares?
100.
Or possibly Sebastian? Because we have seen in the past when people do not speak English, they tend
60.
to have
Matt, you require
their own little bubble in the
161.
practice room, and it tends to be their strength.
Yeah, I'm just looking through to see what the sort of dominant language would be. Bialecki doesn't really speak much English. Matt Dennant speaks his own variety of English.
70. Matt, you
John
require
Michael's
76.
sort of 50-50, isn't he? So
I'm going to let you address
44.
Matthew Dennant after that. It did make me giggle. And we know Matt pretty well. But, yeah, I think you've just... I think you're going to get some sort of right of reply there from the scholar, Matthew.
Matt, you require 32.
32 then, for the lead. That's been the miss on 32.
16.
It's happening again.
John, you require 32.
You mentioned this at the very start of the day. When he starts to miss,
Game shot on the first
it
low.
just continues.
John Michael.
And one thing that John Michael's done is start to hit. And that seems to be continuing as well.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Said that this group is going to be one that sort of flip-flops around a little bit, but John Michael's got an opportunity here to
140.
go 3 from 3 on the wins column. And then him and Mike Warburton might just be starting to set the pace a little bit here between them. Because
140.
they've still obviously got to play each other. That would be in the next game. So one of them would go 4 from 4.
100.
One reason I mentioned that Matthew Dennant situation is because in Southampton on a Monday morning, I remember
100.
he had a bad couple of games where he really struggled on the doubles, particularly in his first game. He missed a lot of shots at tops. It's always been in my memory, and I always thought about what he did after that because he really struggled to ground himself that week. But eventually,
134.
So this will feel quite familiar for Matt Dennant. But it is now a question of whether he can turn the corner again.
100. John, you require 127.
In a group like this as well. That's the big key factor. The ball for a 1-2-7 and game.
Shot on the second leg. John Michael.
Charlie didn't treat us to the full 1-2-7 and game, but John Michael did.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Maybe on April 1st. It's not that far away.
100.
Funny things happen on April 1st, don't they? I got married on April 1st. That was a mistake. But April Fool's Day is
100.
actually one of our Saturdays in Super Series 3. I wonder who's going to be there because this is week 5.
57.
That will be in week 8. We'll have a really good lineup by the end of April Fool's Day. And we will be 2/3 of the way through the schedule.
135.
If you're marking your calendar, by the way, Champions Week for Super Series 3 will start on May the 1st, not April the 1st.
100.
Mentioned at the opening of the show that John Michael had a couple of good wins at the back end of his tour card, and maybe losing it just came at the wrong period of time
99.
for him. I mean, two that really stand out for me there are the victory over Stephen Bunting, who had a very good end to the year, but in
41.
Pros Championship
Matt, you
26,
require
right in the heat of his
167.
form, he beat Chris Dobey. And we know what Chris Dobey's gone to do. Now current Premier League player, reached the quarter-final of the
59.
World Championship around that same period of time, and then went on to win the Masters.
And his odds before today were?
59. Matt, you require 108.
What does it CM Punk said once? Do I have your attention now?
76.
14.
John, you require 144.
I think that will be gone by the time the book reopens.
Is 144 gone?
Game
Oh,
shot on the
Matt
third
Dennant
leg.
can't breathe
John
at that
Michael.
shot. Not only had the 127, but now the 144.
Full
He's
flag,
making
it's
Matt
Matt to
feel
throw
sick.
first.
Pass the ball.
Game on.
If you're not aware of that little joke that we had just there, we had, was at the back end of Super Series 2. Shots like that.
96.
It's the old bowl of sick again.
John Michael, in his third game this, he's now had 3
85.
finishes over the ton. So he had the 127, the 144 in this. He had a 140 in his opening match. We tend to find there's one player
100.
that just hits a big finish early, then just treats us to a sack full of presents on the big checkouts.
96.
They don't really have to be big. He's hitting them all. This is just a world-class performance from
96.
Greece's #1 player.
And that was off the back of Matt Dennant missing a low-ton shot himself. And he probably would have felt he was coming back.
57.
Yeah, don't leave John Michael on any shot. Just be safe.
99.
We have had 2 bagels today. Matt Dennant will be hoping that another one is not being
40.
served up.
Matt, you require
But at least this
110.
time, if he misses the 110, he would return. I was actually hoping he would hit that 54
59.
just to give himself a shot at a different double, because he's been stuck on tops, 10s and 16s a lot so far, and none of them have really worked that well.
59. Matt, you require 51.
He's going to persevere with 16s.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And that's as good a shot at
Matt
double as he's had
Dennant.
all day. And he's not about to be bageled.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Remember, when the World
60.
Championships is on and everyone makes their World Championship bingo cards, John Michael normally featured on those cards for the little dance that
84.
he used to do at the start.
That was Zorba's Dance by Georgios Zampetas.
95.
I don't know that off by heart. I actually have had to check that. Because I actually have his profile in front of me.
100.
Talking about all of his different wins. Used to be a blacksmith, apparently. He could probably make his own darts.
140.
He had his hammer. But he has other names. I think John Michael is a somewhat anglicised
100.
version of his Greek name. I think his real name is Ioannis Michail. It's a bit like Michael van Gerwen, isn't it? We've
60.
anglicised that to death. But he's actually Mikhail van Gerwen.
57. John, you require 146.
Remember Kai Fang Lang, who likes to be called Kevin?
80. Matt, you
That I'll
require
never guess.
160.
Living in Liverpool, obviously. He's our Kev.
140. John, you require 66. $46. Matt, you required 20.
2 10s for 2 legs.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Matt Dennant. Sixth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on. $84. $134.
He's alive and well, isn't he? He's not doing too badly for someone who was being put under the pump. But his pain might not be over yet. He's a dart behind and needs to remain aggressive from here. It's been the kind of performance average-wise that will get you a win a lot of the time. 89, the average. Same for John Michael as well.
But in this group, you feel that that's
83.
going to be at best par. Especially when you look at the top end of it. But he hasn't got a win yet today, Matt Dennant. Lost his opening 2 games.
John, you require
but this is a sign of
145.
confidence and experience. Because he hasn't just
65.
laid down and
Matt, you
accepted
require
his fate.
77.
He's now throwing for 77. 2 darts at double 10
Game
for a
shot on
level
the
game.
6th leg. Matt Dennant.
He did this against Mike Warburton as well. He was able to reel it back, but then Mike Warburton,
7th and final leg. It's
9
John to
great
throw
darts,
first.
left himself
Game
1-2-1.
on.
And John Michael serve up the same dish.
You a fan of Greek food, Matt?
59.
Never tried any.
Really? You're missing a treat. Love a good stafado.
100.
Some of the world's best food. Souvlaki. Lovely.
100.
Sure, I could have a really good conversation about food with John.
$54.
He's a very enthusiastic individual about lots of things. Used to be a bit of a pin-up back in his day, didn't he?
93.
When he was a lot younger, he had a very nice physique. Used to be a model type with the sun on his back.
85.
More of an indoor cat these days, isn't he? Playing darts all the time because you don't get a great deal of darts outside.
100.
First to a finish. How many darts does he get? Well,
171.
not as many as
John,
he
you require
wanted.
149.
And he's not going to take the big shot this time. The confidence of Matt Dennant will
43.
flare
Matt,
if he
you
takes this
require
out.
91.
John Michaels left himself in a position he might only get 1 dart. So Matt
Game,
Dennant at tops
shot, and
gets
match.
over the
Matt
line and gets his
Dennant.
first win on the board. He could have rolled over at 3-0 down, but not a Matt Dennant. He reels off 4 legs. He goes 1 better than he did in his last game when he nearly turned it around against Mike Warburton. And that undefeated record of John Michael has come to an end. Will Jack Wareing go down the same road as Matt Dennant and get his first victory on the board? We'll find out when he takes on Sebastian Bialecki in a couple of minutes' time.
George Taylor, Gareth Trilling, and Ward 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
The ADC has provided us with a brilliant platform for players to qualify for the MODUS Super Series. And in the previous series, you saw 3 ADC qualifiers make it through to Champions Week. Colin Osborne, Adam Mould and Adam Warner, who's gone and done some fantastic stuff in the PDC at the beginning of 2023. Jack Wareing is the man who's representing them this week. He won a Vault regional qualifier a few weeks ago. And from Vault, he's taken on Bolt, Sebastian Bialecki. And commentating on this one for us, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
You're a poet, you don't know it, Henry. That was a really good insight, actually, as to how you could be here. And full credit to everybody at the ADC, the likes of Scott Hunt and Steve Brown, and everybody involved with the ADC to feed the players to us and give anybody the opportunity to be here.
That's the big thing now. There's a lot of people ask how they can get here. Simple. Do what Jack Waring's done. Get down to your ADC event. Go beat the local legends and come here and make your own. Mentioned earlier on, he beat a
First leg,
sizable
it's Jack
local
to throw
legend.
first. Game on.
The Muffin Man Steve Hine. We've also heard today from another local legend. Actually lives in the same area, Leamington Spa, where Jack Waring's from. Someone you'll be quite familiar with yourself, actually. The Undertaker
41.
himself, Nigel Hayden.
Yeah, someone I just couldn't beat. Nice guy, though, Nige. Great player. Former England international.
Played at Lakeside as well as the Alexandra Palace. He
125.
agrees with what we're saying about Jack Waring. He thinks he's someone that will grow into it. And I think that was something when I looked through the numbers and you look at when he first started playing Super League, it took him a while to settle. When he first started playing County, it took him a little bit of a while to settle. He's not one of these players that when they take the next step up is just able to click that light switch. Like Sebastian Bialecki, who at debut at the UK Open just hit a 9-darter.
If you cast your eye over those Warwickshire
57.
statistics over the years, you will see some of the best players that have graced the PDC circuit over the last 20 years.
180.
Well, the last time we saw back-to-back maximums from somebody today, they lost the leg. I'm not sure it's going to happen this time.
83. Sebastian, you require 16.
And it doesn't happen this time. That's a 10-dart leg.
Bialecki.
Okay, I'm going to break with tradition. There you go.
Second
And
leg,
there
it's
it goes.
Sebastian to throw first.
That was
Game
to
on.
break the throw as well. And when that second 180 went in, I just looked over to Jack Waring's face and he had half a smile on it.
140.
I tell you, if I was Jack Waring now, I'd just shake his hand and leave.
He's in a hot mood, is Sebastian. He's someone who has 2 points so far.
81.
It's almost as if he will refuse to leave the building without having 4 or 6. He has a ruthless streak in him. He has put some big averages in his young
96.
career. He may be a lot younger than Jack Waring, but he's got a lot more experience at a higher level. Now, going back to
58.
Warwickshire, obviously Steve Beaton's at the top of the list because he's won the World Championship. Andy Smith has won many PDC titles.
177.
Sebastian keeps playing like this. This could be one of the quickest matches we've ever seen. But talk about some of the other Warwickshire legends because, let's face it, you're on the list.
81. Sebastian, you require 88.
Doesn't say much for Warwickshire, really, does
Oh,
it?
come
But
on, Matt.
could follow that 10-darter with a
80.
12. Jack Waring is a long way back. This looks all but likely it's going to be more of the same at the moment for him, but
55.
what can you do against this?
Require 8. Game
Not
shot on the
much.
second leg. Sebastian
That's
Bialecki.
23 darts for the first 2 legs. This is an extraordinary display so far.
Third
Jack
leg, it's
Wareing
Jack
is
to throw
feeling like
first. Game
someone
on.
who has to climb a ladder with grease on his gloves.
Well, I'm looking through the top 10 of
85.
Warwickshire's best players. Obviously, I'm on that list, number 7. Kevin Dowling, someone we saw here very recently. Ted Everett's got a PDC tour card.
140.
Jamie Hughes got a tour card. Andy Smith, the pie man, no longer playing. Steve Beaton, probably playing the best darts of his life at the moment. Nigel Hayden, someone I don't think we've seen down here yet. But
81.
I think that might be slightly overdue. And there's some interesting one that Jeff Wiley, which was actually a Northern
58.
Irishman.
Yeah, when you showed me that list this morning, I thought it was a mistake that Jeff Wiley was in the list. But he's played for Warwickshire. He's one of the best players to come from Northern Ireland.
The Wiley Coyote, I think it was, wasn't it?
There's a good nickname.
97.
When you think about your brand and your nick, see, that's good. That's better than good.
133.
I wouldn't be shocked to see him hit that 170, considering how well he's playing. And if he does hit it, we are on record watch.
46. Sebastian, you require 170.
Only one route. It's this route. Bullseye.
145.
Wow, that was close.
I think we're getting close to having to press that button for these averages again, because this is incredible. Sebastian Bialecki has gone out in
Sebastian, you require
10,
25.
13. We're double late for a 14.
He's getting worse, though. Double 4.
21.
And the average
Jack,
will
you require
plummet.
110.
Can he get a shot at double? No, he can't.
78. Sebastian, you require 4.
This is the problem with averaging so well early. If you want to maintain it, you can't miss anything. And he missed
No
everything
score.
there.
And I
Jack,
wonder
you
how
require
much of
32.
this he started to think of things like record averages and putting in that big monster. It's 3 clear darts here for Jack. He's going to need all 3. 2 8s.
16.
You don't see a great
Sebastian,
deal
you
of
require
left-handers in
4.
that department. They tend to like tops and 10s. Got to be aggressive with this one, Sebastian. And that
Game shot on
was
the third leg. Sebastian Bialecki.
21 darts in the end to get that leg. Now, I just want to paint you a bit of a
Fourth
picture.
leg, it's Sebastian to
21
throw
darts
first. Game on.
is not a great leg of darts, unless you win it, of course. However, he's still averaging over 102
140.
with a 21 darter in there.
Yeah, he really did hit the ground running in this one. And the more he was missing at that double 2, I was starting to get flashbacks for him
100.
in regards to that UK Open game with Josh Richardson. When he ran into a 4-0 lead, then didn't win a single leg and ended up losing 6-4.
137.
Was that Jack Waring's chance to maybe jump on a little bit of the fragile nature that may still be fresh for Bialecki?
140.
And now he's got past that. I think this is where we see Bialecki start to move forward with his week.
I agree.
100.
Those darts are coming out with a little bit more ferocity now. Earlier on this morning, he was just feathering them a little bit. But now they're coming out with that force, and they're finding the target more often.
45.
He's on the cusp
Sebastian,
of
you
his best
require
performance.
124.
He's not going to take it, but he does lay it up brilliantly.
92.
After 12, and predominantly in this match, he has been better than outstanding.
I believe we had 7-ton plus averages
60.
last week.
Sebastian, you
It's
require
likely
32.
this is going to be our first of this one.
Not quite.
Jack, you require 156.
Only taken one leg today so far, but it might be a second. Oh, that was a great try.
81. Sebastian, you require 16.
Back to 8.
Game,
And
shots,
back to winning
and the
ways.
match. Sebastian Bialecki.
Predominantly in that match, he was absolutely sublime. Just a couple of other misses in leg 3 and towards the end of that one there, but he does just get there with the 100 average in the end. He delivered exactly 60 darts in that match, but the start was exceptional, wasn't it? Started with a 10 darter, and the average came down by 50 in the end from leg 1. So let's face it, we're just looking at the glass half empty. He's looking at the glass half full because he's now on 4 points in the table and firmly in the reckoning. When we come back, it's Matthew Dennant looking for another win, and he's up against Conor Heneghan. That's going to be a good one. Don't miss it.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Bolt Bialecki has lit up the blue touch paper with the first ton topping average of the week to get the better of Jack Wareing by 4-0, doing so in the space of exactly 60 darts, 25% on the doubles, 2 maximums. Impressive stuff from the young Pole, that is for sure. Well, this next one could be a real cracker, it has to be said, as Matt Dennant is in action. He takes on Conor Heneghan. These two players have been going all the way to the last legs in the games that they played by and large thus far. And if that is the case, well, we might have to call 9-9, 9-9, 9-9. Paul, Matt, all yours.
Thanks for that, Henry. If you aren't aware, I think he was making a little joke at my expense. But moving on, the Scholar up against Heno now, and Henry was right about one thing, that this game could well be a bit of a cracker. I hope at the end of it, I am phrasing famous comedian Frank Carson by saying, it's a cracker. Here we've got two workmanlike dart players who love to compete. But in the table, what we have now is a lot more of a tight affair than we first thought.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
At one point, we thought Warburton and John Michael were just going to go streets ahead But over the last few matches, things have just tightened up a little bit, thanks to that win for Matt Dennant against John Michael. Going under the radar, just winning the last 4 legs. It was a really good performance.
And he does have the throw in his next 2 games. He's got the throw here against Conor Heneghan. And then his last game of the day is against Jack Wareing, who's bottom of the table, only winning 1 leg so far today. And he's got the darts in that one as well.
How would you assess the day for Conor then so far? He's got 2 matches left and he plays Warburton in the last match of the session. That could be a really good match, but it very much depends
58
on the amount of positivity that Conor takes into that, right?
Well, honestly, I don't really assess the Conor Heneghan day, to be honest. And with that, it just tells you that he's played as expected. He's played to par. He's played to type. I don't really think Conor Heneghan's got any talking points in there. He's played exactly like I'd have expected him to.
87 as a losing average in game 1. After that, a winning average of 88.
125.
And then a 92. So he's gradually increasing his statistics throughout the day. If that goes up another notch, we're talking about 94, 95.
59. Conor, you require
There's a very big likelihood that could be good enough to beat Matt Dennant.
$88. Matt, you require 167.
One of, if not the hardest checkout on the board. And it proves to be too difficult for the man from the West Midlands right
93.
here.
93. Conor, you require 24.
One thing we've seen from Matt Dennant so far, he has grown into games. Tried to turn around
Game shot on the first leg.
3-1 deficit. He did turn around a 3-0 deficit. He might have to do similar in this one.
Do you know we were talking about brands earlier?
First. Game on.
And you know I'm a big fan of people getting things right. There are signature colours within the sport.
43.
There is an element of green about Michael van Gerwen, isn't there? Yellow, Dave Chisnell.
97.
Red and black, a lot of them. Aspinall, Cullen. But you don't see many people wearing this green, do you? It's like a dumbed-down version of British racing green.
I was going to say army green.
I like it. I think it's got an identity for Conor. I think it's something he should go with. Predominantly in the past when he's come to us, he's had a certain shirt and he's had about 4 different colours in it. So I wonder if he's bought himself this shirt in about 4 different colours. But this one, Conor, if you're listening back to this, this has got a look about it that I like. You can maybe use this colour as your identity.
96. Matt, you require 154.
Ireland and green about it, so why not?
58.
He does seem to play his best when he's behind Matt Dennant.
45. Matt, you
get this
require
from players.
96.
Some people just don't like front running. They prefer to be the underdog.
Game shot on the second leg. Matt Dennant.
Darts like that, you're not going to be the underdog for too long. A 15 darter there for Matt Dennant to get the throw back. And when we talk about branding and things, we've talked in the past about Shane McGurk, about his case that he puts up on the table. It appears that one of the players might have forgot their hand towel and just decided to take the bathrobe from the hotel by the looks of that, because there's a towel on that table.
140.
He's pretty much filling it right now.
Yeah, welcome back to the one-table system, everybody. When they go to PDC events, they tend to get their own table, you see. We're bringing them back to earth. But you're right about that towel. We've seen people have their own branded towels.
180.
That's just superstar behaviour, you see. I think as the year goes on, and the temperature rises here on the south coast of England, more players will be taking towels on that table.
85.
Particularly in Southampton last summer, it was particularly warm. And keeping that playing arena at a playable level was tricky.
42.
Yeah, I think it will be easier here because there's a lot more air. And the players will appreciate that. Another great dart from Dennant.
80.
But this time he doesn't find the double 8 to get his second 96 checkout in a row.
Yeah, his performance is increasing now for Matt Dennant.
42.
15
Matt, you
darts in the
require
last leg.
16.
Looking to shave a couple off in this one. We'll be happy enough with a 15.
Game shot on the third leg.
As long as he gets the
Matt
win.
Dennant.
And I'm just digging deeper to see if there is a bit of a pattern over the last 12 months regarding
Fourth leg, it's Conor
the average when he's
first.
ahead and the
Game
average when
on.
he's behind. And there isn't really a difference. The difference is 0.13.
100.
And that is actually in favour of when he's leading rather than when he's behind. So this doesn't seem to be a trend that he follows
80.
over the last 12 months. It just seems to be how the pattern of plays arriving today.
$125.
I think with Conor, when things start to go wrong, his usual process is throw it a bit harder and see what happens.
54.
It's not the kind of style that you would coach. It's very much a push. Everything is thrown
60.
with a rigid wrist, and there's no real flick at the end. It's just a huge shoulder push. Whereas, as you can see from the trajectory that you've got from the shorter
60.
stature Dennant, he's throwing upwards, and it comes out of the hand with a little bit less ferocity. This is good stuff. Not going to leave double 18.
140.
That's pretty good. You mentioned that Dennant's got the darts in the last couple of games. Does that put extra pressure on him to get the results?
Conor, you require 76.
It shouldn't on a Monday. We know that it has.
60. Matt,
Two
you require
really well thrown darts there for Conor
167.
Heneghan. Didn't get the reward. Will get another opportunity.
95. Conor, you require 16. Game shot on the
2-2
fourth
it
leg.
is.
Conor Heneghan.
I just thought of something as well, because he did get that the 9 darter here, didn't he? And Henry Deacon was on commentary for that, and he said Conor
Fifth leg, it's
Heneghan
Matt
is
to
the
throw
man.
first.
Well, maybe that's
Game
what his
on.
nickname should be, the man.
Wasn't that Barneveld?
He used to be called the man back in the day
140.
when he was introduced at Lakesides, but he went with Barney, of course. You know what James Wade's first nickname was?
95.
009?
The Gladiator. When he made his Lakeside debut, he even danced on that day.
100.
If you haven't seen that, YouTube it. It's quite funny.
I think one of the things I'm going to be interested to see here as well
58.
is this shirt Conor Heneghan's playing in is clearly one that he had prepared for the UK Open. How many shirts has he had pre-made for the UK Open in different colours?
91.
How many days did he expect to be in that event? We can say he expected to be in it at least 2, because that's not the shirt he played in the other day.
Different ends of the spectrum when it comes to shirt prep.
96. Matt, you
James
require
Wade, 1 shirt,
170.
1 colour. Peter Jakes, 8 colours.
100.
I'm not saying that James Wade just has 1 shirt, by the way. He's probably got about 20. But he doesn't flip-flop between colours like some other players do, like Peter Wright, Peter
100.
Jakes.
Matt, you require 70.
Some people have that identity of just that 1 colour. Double 16.
38. Conor, you
Offers the
require
olive branch
152.
to the man in olive. Hold your fire.
140.
For a second there, I don't know if Matt was watching, but
32.
for his sake, I hope he wasn't.
Game shot.
And he has got the lead again in 16 darts.
Dennant.
So his winning legs in this contest have been of a very consistent level, around that 15 to 16
Conor
mark.
to throw first. Game on.
Going back to shirt colours. Now, I heard something when I first started playing on the Pro Tour that stuck in my head.
180.
I can't remember the name of the player. He was on the board next, and he said that he likes to wear a different coloured shirt every day, so
100.
people know that he's washed his shirt. And then ever since that moment, I always had to make sure I had 2 colours of a shirt, because I didn't want to wear, like, I had the blue and the
60.
pink, and I'd wear the blue one day and I'd have to wear the pink the next day, just so people didn't think I was wearing the same shirt.
I applaud that.
100.
I once took a photograph and put it on Twitter of 3 shirts of the same colour just to prove that I had more than one. All lined up in a row saying there's one for Friday, there's one for Saturday, there's one for Sunday.
It's weird how these little things get into your head, isn't it?
You don't want to be the guy who's got the reputation of
140. Conor, you require
some sort of order around
170.
them.
$38. Matt, you require
It's an outside
161.
opportunity here for Matt Dennant to get this one wrapped up.
What is it we call a 132? Champagne?
89. Conor, you
Have to
require
pop the cork twice.
132.
A double 16. That does not help. So Dennant now has a more makeable chance to get that first
41.
win of
Matt, you
2
require 72.
that he needs to end the day on 6 points. That wasn't part of the plan. And neither was that. Don't need me to tell you how he feels.
But Conor Heneghan has equally made a bit of a mess of this one. From the 170, he scored just 38 and 41.
36.
From the 170 point,
Conor,
he's
you
left
require
91.
91.
Does he go aggressive? He tried to go safe. That is aggressive, but it's
51.
without reward.
Matt, you require 36.
Could be another 16 darter.
Game, shots,
And again,
the match.
his winning
Matt
legs
Dennant.
were very consistent, and they give him 4 points for the day so far. And as the table will now read, you've got Mike Warburton on 6 points, everybody but Jack Wareing on 4 points. That's a good performance from Matt Dennant. That 96 checkout was excellent. The checkouts overall have been his best in this game overall. A brilliant, brilliant performance to take care of Conor Heneghan, who did unfortunately suffer on his scoring a little bit in that one. When we come back, Mike Warburton will have a chance to extend his lead at the top of the table against John Michael. That one could be rather tasty.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Matt Dennant has picked up his second victory of the day by getting the better of Conor Heneghan by 4-2 in our penultimate game of the fourth round of matches. Well, this next one coming up has quite some significance when you look at the early stages of the table. Mike Warburton, the only player to have won every single game today. He takes on John Michael. He's also on 4 points in the Group A table. Now, if he wins against Warburton, we'll have a two-player tie at the top on 6 points. However, a win for Warby here would open up a 4-point advantage from first to second on the opening day's worth of action. Well, he may be in a really good position here, is Warburton. He's making this league table look a little bit like bread and butter, isn't he? As we hand back to Paul and Matt.
That's if you like bread and butter, Henry. Which, let's face it, both myself and Matt Edgar really do. So, let's see how much we can spread on a beautiful piece of bread right now. Warby will not want to let go of this undefeated streak. He's fought very hard for it, and now he will fight hard to keep it. He's been in a particularly focused mood. All you got to do is look at his eyes.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
But this one could be his stiffest test. He has had tests today so far. Maybe not from Jack Wareing. But he did get a test from Matthew Dennant, which is actually now looking like a much better win. Because since then, Dennant's won
60.
twice.
$135.
I don't know if you know much about the equipment that John Michael's got. But what do you make of his flight and stem combination? We've got two players here who use moulded flights.
100.
But these ones he's got, the guy from Greece, they look a bit more unusual. They just pop on the top, don't they?
85.
Yeah, I think everything about the setup of John Michael looks a little bit unusual. Even down to the barrel, there seems to be some sort of pattern or grip or something on the stems as well.
100.
When you've got a dart shop, you've got your pick. Something comes in. Oh, I like that. I'll try that. Can you imagine if Peter Wright had a
100.
dart shop? He could probably open one with what he's got.
So he has, hasn't he? It's called Peter Wright's darts case.
Over the last couple of
100.
years, not a great deal has changed about the setup of Mike Warburton. He has maintained an affinity with his flight and stem combination, but the barrel has changed
60.
a little bit.
Mike require
in grip technology, but
141.
in shape it has not. $61 left. Options. Probably go 25.
130. John, you
of going
require
25.
121.
And that's why some people go treble 7. The
57.
thing about leaving 11
Mike, you require 11.
is that you have to find a small number first.
Game shot on the
brilliantly
first
done.
leg.
A
Mike
wonderful
Warburton.
first leg. He's showing real confidence here on Monday.
Second leg, it's John to throw first.
In the
Game
past,
on.
Matt, I would have said that Warburton winning Group A is not right for him. I think he's someone who likes to keep
100.
going. Play on a Thursday, play on a Friday, and really build up to something. But if he plays this well over the next couple of days, maybe winning Group A would be the right thing for him.
Well, if he carries on playing darts like this, he's not going to have
85.
much of a choice about it, whether he wants to or not, because he's playing darts that he's going to take some beating. 91,
100.
85, 96, and he's off around the 90 mark again in this one.
It begs the question, and we can be a bit hypothetical here. Let's say, for example,
60.
Mike Warburton wins Group A. But intrinsically, he wants to play Thursday, Friday. Would you, as a producer of this show,
100.
would you want him to have the choice of playing Thursday, Friday? Or just keep it as it is?
Oh, you've got to keep it as it is, really, haven't you? And if he wants to play Thursday, Friday, I'm sure we can find
45.
some nice opens and things around. It's a very hot bed of darts in this area.
Well, you've already mentioned bullseye to me this morning, so I'm thinking along the lines of, does he want to keep his
60.
form going? Does he believe in himself enough that he would get through either Group C or B? He could then offer his spot to somebody else in Group A and say, right, number 2 gets
100.
it. I
John, you
wanna play
require
Thursday, Friday. It's just
141.
me thinking out loud. It's probably a silly idea. But there are some players who really, really want to play on Thursday and Friday to keep their
65.
form going, as opposed to having 2 days off. And I think Jim McEwen is one of them.
Yeah, I think it's probably the more deliberate players that would like to keep playing. The
100.
players that rely on a
John,
bit
you
more
require
feel,
76.
sort of okay with the little breaks in play.
Double top.
Game shot on the
John
second
Michael
leg.
back at it.
John Michael.
Very, very good. Nice respect between the two. I like it.
Third
Like
leg,
that
it's
little
Mike
nod
to
of
throw
the head
first.
as well from John.
Game
To
on.
say, yep. I'm like a can of very good varnish. I do exactly what it says on the can. Oh, that second dart was a perler.
140.
Makes you wonder, really, why he doesn't do that more often. Because when you can get those points stuck together,
97.
it shows you just how good he is at delivering a pure shot. John Michael is
60.
50 years of age next year. He is approaching that age that we maybe start to talk
45.
about other ventures. Can you imagine the Deadly Rose at the seniors? And it would have to be in 2025 because he turns 50 in March of next year. So he wouldn't be eligible for next year's seniors.
100.
But if he can get a couple of years of really good form going, who's to say that he wouldn't be able to maybe qualify for the World Seniors Championship and possibly end the run of
85.
Robert Thornton as champion?
Yeah, we have seen players have better careers on the seniors tour than they did on the main. I mean, Richie Howson springs to mind straight away, doesn't he? The recent runner-up of the Seniors World Championship.
60.
David Cameron, who won the Masters.
You spent a bit of time with Robert Thornton recently, didn't you?
I did. This past
59.
Friday, actually, yes. It
Mike
was,
to require 141.
an entertaining evening.
Good second dart. Is he going to go bullseye again?
95.
That might actually work out better than before, because now he's got more of a choice as to what double to leave. But this time he's got pressure.
139. Mike to require 46.
It's going to be the 14.
Game shot on the third leg.
John Michael does
Mike
not get a shot at
Warburton.
76. Beautifully done. There's a real purpose about
Fourth
the
leg,
walk
it's John
back,
to
isn't
throw
there, from
first.
these two players? It's
Game
always a
on.
good sign of confidence. Wonder how many people are watching over in Greece.
60.
See how John's doing. I honestly don't remember the last time that somebody was a better player in Greece than him. I think he's always been the best player in Greece, maybe since the dawn of time.
180.
He's always been the captain of Greece in PDC World Cups. As we got our first 180 of the game from Mike Warburton. He's played predominantly with
100.
Benjamin Simeonidis. He's a decent player in his own right, but you have to say that John Michael is a far more experienced and
60.
seasoned player than Benjamin.
$100.
And Warburton might have John Michael in a bit of bother if he can convert this 261 in 6 or 9 darts. It's one of those Mike Warburton games. Around that 88 average,
100.
Very much akin to what we saw from the stats earlier. 300-plus games in Super Series action and averaging 88.
55.
He's averaging
Mike
88.
required 161.
This is a result that if Mike Warburton can convert this, he might convert the 161 on the ball.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Mike Warburton is on this one today. Does he think he's won it already? No, he's just congratulating himself with a handshake.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game
Mike
on.
Warburton, if he is to win this, I might be eating some of my words earlier when I said that
100.
the league table isn't going to mean anything today. Because actually, if he is to beat John Michael here in this one,
57.
everyone would have played 4 matches, but Mike Warburton will already have a 4-point cushion on the entire field.
You're talking about somebody
140.
who, in the early days of the Live League before the Super Series, is what you're watching.
180.
He did have a Group A campaign. As we see the second maximum of the match from the Greek. Warburton did once have a very, very commanding
85.
Group A campaign where he only lost a couple of matches. So he does have previous
62.
when it comes to this. Now, we're not going to judge him on 4 matches, but I think we might have to judge him on 10 at the end of tomorrow.
136.
He has been pacing himself so well in this game. His doubles have been outstanding. That 161 was remarkable, but everything else has been
24.
just as good.
Mike required 40.
This is a mid-90s average now. He's really kicked towards the end. He's only got 1 job left. That
Game,
one,
shots, and the match.
beautifully converted by Warburton, who takes a 4-1 victory and a 4-point gap at the top of the table. Wonderfully, wonderfully done. I think he really wanted to give Deadly Rose a hug. I think we all do. But Mike, you're the one who deserves it. Look at what you just did. A 180 in there. Checkout's brilliant. High checkout, brilliant. And if you can average 93 in a game like that and deny your opponent more than 1 dart at a double, that's brilliant. Really, really well done. When we come back, we'll have the final round of matches, so don't go far.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Mike Warburton got the better of John Michael by 4 legs to 1 in our previous match, which included a 161 checkout for Warby and a 93.2 checkout en route. Well, we're approaching the final round of matches here on day 1 at the Super Series. Let's have a quick check on where the land lies in terms of the league table. Mike Warburton is the man out front on 8 points and now plus 10 in terms of the legs difference bracket. Going into the final round of fixtures, he has a 4-point lead over the rest of the pack in the table, where we see another 4 players on 4 points, but we will see that change over the course of the coming matches. Well, the final round of games begins with the battle between Matt Dennant and Jack Wareing, and this is going to be watched by Paul Nicholson and Matt Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. One more match for these two, and their campaign for Monday will have come to a close. Jack Wareing, 31-year-old from Leamington Spa, ADC qualifier. Hasn't had a great debut day, only winning 1 leg so far. And it's up to this guy from the West Midlands to put him down a little bit more, to make him feel even worse, because not only will he play him now, he'll play him first game tomorrow. He's got to think about his own attributes, his own ambitions.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
And if he can beat Jack Wareing here and first thing tomorrow, he will be on 8 points before anybody else other than Mike Warburton. So he
100.
can mount his own charge from here.
It's a good position to be in here, really, for Matt Dennant.
44.
Jack Wareing just trying to find a way into his campaign.
85.
Well, he is up against a fair few players who have done really, really well here before. I'm just going to take a quick break before the next throw because the graphic has frozen. We do apologise about that. But when it comes to Jack Wareing having the ability to kick on in this match, if he can remove the pressure, if he can just try and compartmentalize just a little bit, then maybe he can just spoil people for the next couple of days instead of those lingering little ambitions of, I'm going to win the group. Everybody thinks that way when they wake up on a Monday, but ultimately you just get the feeling that thinking differently might pay off for him the next couple of days if all the pressure's removed.
Yeah, I think he'll get that when he gets to Thursday, Friday. That's when I really expect to see
42.
the best of Jack Wareing.
He's playing players who have played under this
60.
roof before. They know all the intricacies. They know what everything is. They know how everything feels. And even when you're taking on someone like John Michael, who's not got any experience
59.
of this place, he's got experience of everywhere else. It'll just feel like another darts venue to him. And maybe Matt Dennant is one of the worst players that you can play in this spot, because he's had a bad start today and he's still been able to get 4 points.
Well, you referenced
60.
Lee Budgeon, who
Matt, you
lost his
require
first 2 games and won
76.
Group A. Matt Dennant looking to follow in that trend. That is 6th maximum of the day so far.
56.
And it's gave him a mighty cushion here over Jack Wareing. A long way back, nearly back on 300.
95.
I think you can tell that
Matt, you
Jack is
require
just starting
20.
to relax into it, and I think that's a good tactic. This is tricky.
Game
But
shot
that's
on
a
the
wonderful
first
shot.
leg. Matt Dennant.
18 darters, around about an 83.5 average, predominantly against Jack today.
Second leg,
That
it's
is
Jack
gonna get
to
it
throw
done.
first. Game on.
Got a great deal of fans, has Matt Dennant, hasn't he? In the West Midlands and beyond. Got a lot of fans in Ireland as well who always tune in to
50.
watch him. So if you're watching from Republic of Ireland, you might actually be supporting Conor Heneghan. If you're a Matt Dennant
96.
fan, things are going all right for him all of a sudden.
Like you say, he does have that back-to-back games here where he's taking on the player at the bottom of the table here, Jack Wareing, whilst John Michael will take on Sebastian Bialecki and Conor Heneghan takes on Mike Warburton.
57.
Both games that you wouldn't be surprised to see go 50-50 and get that split, which, if you read the table, Matt Dennant will have a
100.
much prettier reading of the table at that point. Personally, I don't, in these groups, I think you set yourself your targets, you set yourself your bars, you go, right, I
43.
think this is a 22-point group, so get to 22 points and don't look at the bits in between. That means you can lose 4 matches.
The 2 times I've commentated with you
100.
on a Group A, you've got it right as far as the points total to win the group. Are you going to go for 3?
60.
I want to stick with 22, but
60.
at the same aspect, I would not be surprised with 20. If this goes 20 and a good leg difference, I wouldn't be shocked.
I'm going to go 22. I get the feeling that Warburton
Matt, you require
is going to have a similar week to
145.
Gary Stone last week, but maybe not as many points. I think he'll win it by maybe 4 points
104.
on 22. That's my prediction on what I've seen. Could go down 16s here.
87. Matt, you require 41.
Where's Dennant going? Maybe a little bit earlier if he'd hit tops. He
Game
might have
shot
gone
the
for
second
tops.
leg. Matt Dennant.
But plan B has been very fruitful over the last 2.5 matches, and he's halfway to getting his 3rd win of the day.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
He's recently been taken on by management as well, hasn't he, Matt Dennant? A very famous manager within World Darts as well.
57.
Former boxing promoter Tommy Gilmore.
Just getting that feeling, Matt Dennant, we mentioned earlier about being a former tour card holder, and I said he's more like a future tour card holder. I do feel like the best is in front rather than
25.
behind.
I agree. Just because he hasn't won anything massive or done anything massive yet doesn't mean he can't in the future.
140.
Some people's apprenticeship takes a lot longer than, say, a Rob Cross apprenticeship, which took maybe 6 months.
45.
We saw the best of Peter Wright well after the age of 40.
134. 125.
Jack chasing
Matt, you
down his
require
first
170.
maximum of the day. He's had it a couple of times where he's had the first 2 darts in the treble 20 and not been able to find it with the last
130.
one. But you're not going to get too many opportunities here against Matt Dennant, who is hitting this sort of form.
78. Matt, you require 40.
He's not going to go 8 double 16
Game shot on the third
because that's
leg.
how you hit tops.
Matt Dennant.
It's been a strange old day. He couldn't hit 16s, he couldn't hit tops, he couldn't hit 10s. But now he's hitting everything he goes
Fourth leg,
for.
it's Jack to throw first.
That's what you call
Game
resilience.
Yeah, and he's looking like he's going to record his 3rd average in a row over the 90 mark as well. That's the Matt Dennant I expected to see.
59.
When you consider he started the day with a 4-2 loss, averaging just shy of 84, you wondered what we get next, but he has had gradual improvement through the day. Maybe using the experience that he's had in previous venues with us and here
45.
to his advantage. He hasn't been so down on himself that he's cast himself aside after those first 2 defeats.
100.
Matt Dennant was almost the player that was the one who almost took Glenn Durant out of Q School. That was almost his famous
95.
hook. He wants to be known as a player for doing something as opposed to not doing something.
I think Glenn Durant referenced that in
140.
pretty much every interview he did after Q School. Was it 4 darts Matt Dennant missed at tops to stop Duzzer from even getting a tour card?
84.
Oh, I don't know how many dots it was. But just imagine what the story for Glenn would have been had he hit that double.
134.
Probably wouldn't have won the Premier League. And probably, well, he wouldn't have won those 2 floor titles shortly after the Q School. I think Matt Dennant's going to win this game, though. And this game is just over 8 minutes long. It hasn't taken very much time.
53. Matt, you required 28.
How was he on double 14? Well, double 7 was all right.
And the match.
And that's a great
Matt
performance.
Dennant.
Ultimately, his best performance of the day. And when he leaves the MODUS Super Series for Monday, he will leave with his tail up and his head firmly held high, because that was very, very good. Just short of 97, 50% on the doubles. And unfortunately for Jack Wareing, he leaves with no points and a very, very hot baptism of fire on Monday. But he will have a crack on Tuesday with the pressure off. We'll see what we get from him tomorrow. But let's see what we get from John Michael and Sebastian Bialecki in game 14 after the break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series, where Matt Dennant has got the better of Jack Wareing by 4 legs to 0 in the first game in our final round of matches for Monday here at the Super Series. Let's have a look then and see what that does in terms of the league table. Mike Warburton is still leading the way in terms of the table. Matt Dennant there getting his 3rd win of the day, so that has moved him on to 6 points. So let's just skirt away from that for now. And let's have a look back and reflect upon last week here at the Super Series. We saw a fantastic standard, as we showed you in the top tier stats graphic earlier on in the session. And the best bit of it was the final. It really did save the best until last. Andy Bolter went into it as a heavy favourite. Such was the standard he put in throughout the course of the week. He had an average of around about 94 for the duration of the Group B campaign on Thursday and Friday. He took on Scott Taylor. He entered through Group C on Thursday and Friday. He came through 2nd in that particular group, but when it came to finals night, he was on fire. Let's reflect upon the final leg of that one. Glenn Dunn was in commentary alongside somebody else. I've never heard of him. For the final was Scott Taylor is saving his best for the final. He is not just running his way possibly now to the £5,000 top prize. He's got into a Formula 1 car 96. And he is in 5th gear going through the parabolica towards the finishing line.
Para what?
It's a famous corner.
I know.
Imola.
140.
I'm an egghead. You wouldn't think so at the quiz on Monday night, but there we go. Look at this, Henry.
95.
I don't think many people would have predicted this after 3 legs, especially the way this man has played this week. Has that semi-final-
131.
Has that semi-final just taken too much out of him? Or should we be looking at how fantastically well Scott Taylor is playing
82.
and continues to play? Let's give the credit to Scott Taylor.
Sometimes you just run into an immovable object, and sometimes you just got to congratulate and shake the opposition's hand.
100.
And it might be a case that Andy Bolton has to do that. But of course, at the Super Series, anything is possible. Don't write Bolton's obituary yet. However, Scott Taylor is making a frantic dash to the finishing line.
180. And you require 130.
This has to go.
It's bull for Bolton.
105.
Scott Taylor,
Scott,
48
you require 48.
for your biggest win of your career.
Double 16.
That's game,
And it is
shot,
Super
and your week 4
Scott
winner of the
at
MODUS Super Series.
Scott Taylor has produced an unbelievable performance to qualify for Champions Week. It is an average of 109 to get the better of Andy Bolton by 4.
Scott Taylor got it done in week number 4. Who's going to be there in week 5? I wonder. Could it be these two by the end of the week? It could be. Don't judge people purely on a Monday, but maybe judge them just a little bit. This kid's only 19, and he's still got a lot to learn, but he's got a brilliant grounding over the last couple of years. But he's up against someone who is, sorry, John, almost 30 years his senior. But that starts, isn't it? At the recent UK Open, we had 2 16-year-olds in the tournament, and the oldest was 58.
First leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Charlie was there. Sebastian was there. John's been there. But they're both here right now.
58.
The ambition right now to get 2 more points to finish their day on a real positive. Both are sitting on 4 points right now. Someone's got to stay there.
85.
Someone's going to move.
Just want to cast your mind back to something you said at the start of the day when John Michael kicked off his campaign with a
81.
99.79 average despite missing 8 darts at a double. And you said that you're not going to judge him on that game at the start of the day. You know, everything was fresh, everything was adrenaline, everything was
93.
exciting. It's when that comes off, how do they then settle in? Well, actually, when we look at the table, which it's
60.
mostly judged on leg difference at the moment because everyone's so tight together, it's actually 5th in the table.
Well said, Matt.
140.
If we were going to judge someone on one game, we could just say, right, play one game, and then are you having a better average than your other people in the group, and then you're through. It's not like that. This is a marathon. It is very much not a middle distance race, or indeed a sprint.
And with that, if we turn
58.
that around, isn't that slightly encouraging for our ADC qualifier Jack Wareing, who has had the opposite start?
105.
He
Sebastian, you require
Maybe draw some
125.
positivity of that going into Tuesday, Wednesday.
That's the benefit of being in Group A. You don't have to do it in Group A as long as you do it in Group C or B.
Game shot
But
in the
it is
first
happening for
leg.
Sebastian
Sebastian
Bialecki all of a
Bialecki.
sudden. That's a lovely finish for 125. And he's averaged
Second
in that
leg, it's
leg
Sebastian to throw
exactly
first.
what he averaged
Game
in his
on.
last performance. Something is starting to be found by the young Paul. Now, here's the thing about his
99.
previous performance. He averaged 100.2. Now, that's a great average. But he was 25% on his
59.
doubles. Pick the bones out of that. He was 4 from 16 on the doubles with 100 average. Just think about what it could have been had he found those doubles a bit quicker.
And the game before that, he averaged 98 in that one. So he's not just found something for a couple of legs. He's found something, because these games are split apart by about 40 minutes or so. He's found a very good level of form here for round about an hour and 20 minutes. And he'll be looking to extend that to an hour and a half, as he's averaging the 105 mark here in the early exchanges against John Michael.
We are talking about a player who plays a lot of darts, and he's very young as well. Youthfulness really can help you in this game when you're playing 5 games a day or even 4 games a day. He's on it again. He's not going to go for it.
138.
Sensible play. We've mentioned his age, 19 years old, but that was experienced darts. That was sensible darts.
100.
Not chasing
Sebastian
down the ball and
32.
then your opponent goes in with a 140, 180. You've only got 2 darts at the double rather than 3. Actual double of
Game
choice.
shot on the second leg. Sebastian Bialecki.
The double 16 for a 14 dart leg.
Maybe we are starting to see why it's called Bolt.
Game on.
Because right now, he has won 6 consecutive legs. He's bolting to the finish.
97.
There is a very famous sprinter with the name of Bolt, and these are sprinting style darts.
76.
Racing down to the 0.
I just wonder how good Usain would be at darts. He looks good at everything else. He's a pretty good footballer,
97.
isn't he? You see some of these sports people who are elite in their field.
140.
And then you see them at something else and they're good at that as well. Someone like Tony Romo, who was the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, was so good
59.
at golf that he almost went to the tour.
What about the Happy Gilmore of darts, Gerwyn Price? Even now, he still says he's a rugby player.
Yeah, he's even threatened to go back to it. Did some training last week with Exeter Chiefs.
140.
What's Bialecki going to leave? Does he go bull here?
140.
Well, again, that's the aggressive play. It's worked pretty well for him. But is he giving a look?
Game
no,
shot
he's
the
not.
leg.
That's
John
wonderful
Michael.
from the Deadly Rose. The thinking behind that 2-0-2
Sebastian to throw first.
for Bialecki was
on.
25 leads 97. That's the 2-darter. If he'd have got the single 20, he would have been stuck at 102, a 3-darter.
58.
I think we're starting to see a nice mix of patient and professional play from Bialecki, and at the same time, just that little hint of aggression every now and again, which means he's in a confident mood.
58. $96.
I think if John Michael was to walk away from Monday with only 4 points, he'd be very disappointed. He won his first 2 games. To go on and lose the next 3, it would be
100.
the exact opposite of Matthew Dennant's day. He lost his first 2, then won the next 3.
60.
Don't be surprised if you get a few colours from Sebastian this week. He's got a particularly buoyant red and yellow shirt that he wears now and
44.
again. Looks a bit like your Hulk Hogan shirt, Matt.
Yeah, that was a proper shirt, that one.
82.
Edgar Mania shirt, that was.
Yeah, it was better than your toothpaste shirt. I actually saw somebody at the weekend dressed as toothpaste.
26.
Reminded me of you.
Could have been far worse, I suppose.
140.
Saw plenty Marios, Warriors, Luigis. Somebody dressed as a sausage.
There's always bananas at the darts as well, isn't there?
Traffic cones.
100. John, you require 63.
Nobody ever goes dressed as a Greek salad, do they? Just never do it.
51.
Or
Sebastian,
a
you
Polish
require
pierogi.
115.
It's the only thing I know about Polish cooking, by the way. But what I do know is that Sebastian's on tops.
95. John, you require 12.
This for a level game, which, to be honest, I didn't see coming when Bialecki was running away with this in the early part of this match. But
Game shot on the fourth
has
leg.
shown
John
why
Michael.
he has been a PDC Tour card holder, why he has so many titles to his name.
And what do these guys do
Fifth
with the
leg,
rest
it's
of their
John to
day,
throw
Matt?
first. Game
I
on.
don't have experience of playing a Group A. I just did a Group B for a couple of days. And when I was finished, of course, it was straight to bed because it was 2 o'clock in the morning.
59.
But when you play a Group A, what do you do for the rest of the day?
Well, it depends in the group you're with. One thing I did find that was very different between playing this to
140.
playing a tournament, like on the tour, is people would go out together. And you'd go out and have a meal together.
100.
So you'd probably go find like a local establishment somewhere, go and have a meal in there. You'd sit around chatting for a few hours, and then you'd go back to your hotel room and play a bit
77.
of Football Manager.
One of the lasting images I can remember from watching people leave Group A was Danny Van Tripe
140.
just before Christmas, leaving with your own make. And they were scootling through Portsmouth on an electric scooter together to go back to their hotel.
135.
I don't know if I can imagine on John Michael on an electric scooter.
Could you imagine Andy Jenkins on one?
140. Sebastian, you require
comment, Your Honour.
149.
Treble 19.
97.
He's playing super
John,
well
you
in this
require
game, but he might be behind,
62.
you know. Double top.
Game shot on the
He
fifth
is
leg.
behind.
John Michael.
Talk about resilience. It's coming from the Greek man right now, who just refuses to walk away with only 4 points today.
Sixth leg, it's Sebastian
Only
to
one
throw
more job to
first.
do.
Game
One
on.
leg from the next two.
How many times does it have to happen before we start to
137.
question it? Maybe it's at that point already because I'm starting to question it with Sebastian Bialecki racing into leads.
95.
Certainly in terms of the short-term form and not being able to convert.
I think it would be prudent of us to keep an eye on that over the next couple of
45.
days. Is he better at winning battles than winning by a distance? Some people have.
81.
In fact, Michael van Gerwen has said this in the past, hasn't he? That when he's raced into a lead, he can switch off. He doesn't do that as much these days.
97.
But there was a period around 2016, 2017 when he was winning almost every European Tour event that he was entering.
60.
And he was 3, 4, 5-0 in front, and he would switch off for 2 legs. And losing legs would revitalise him, but I would hope for Sebastian's sake that that's not occurring for him.
134.
That's what makes players like Phil Taylor so admirable because
78.
he just didn't give you
Sebastian,
anything.
you require 88.
He got a rush from stamping you into the ground. Oh, great switch. Double 16.
56.
Showing a bit of Christoph Ratajski in him there with the treble 12, double 16, because that's what Christoph does.
133.
Don't miss it this time,
Sebastian,
otherwise you will pay the price.
32.
Double 8.
Game shot on the sixth
We have
leg.
a tied game.
Sebastian Bialecki.
1 leg shootout to see who walks away with 6 points then. And John Michael will have the throw.
Seventh and final leg. It's John to throw first. Game on. $81.
This will be the first fixture for them tomorrow as well. In game number 2.
43.
And they will know a lot more about the table by the time they play, because Conor Heneghan will take on Mike Warburton in the final game today
60.
and the first game tomorrow. They'll know more about the task at hand when they have 10 matches left in Group A. 5 tomorrow, 5 on Wednesday. Be sure to join us from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.
140.
You had to say, across the course of the day, who's found the most consistency
60.
on the big power scores, you'd have to say Bialecki. And with that in mind, he would do pretty much anything right now just to find one more of those.
58. 96.
Unusual switch there from John Michael, because even if he was successful, would have scored 134, which would have left him on a no finish.
That wouldn't have been the first time today.
85.
So do we question his counting ability?
Without doubt. Although that, for John Michael, would have been a perfect dart had the 5 not
84.
gone in, because you'd expect him to sit that one on top, because his darts do lay quite flat.
135 is the magic number here.
81.
He has
John,
to
you
settle
require
For a
120.
lead of 94. Chance for the match for John.
80.
That's way wide.
Sebastian, you require
I think
94.
that dart was a bit too close to the treble 20, the single. Don't think that's where he was trying to throw the dart. And that's not where Bialecki's trying to
54.
throw the dart, and it could
John, you
be
require
a
40.
third defeat for Sebastian Bialecki.
2 10s. Splits again.
35.
And splits again.
Sebastian, you require
That could
40.
be so costly come the end of this group. Can he take advantage?
No
No,
score.
he can't. And the first show
John,
of
you
real
require
emotion today
5.
from Bolt. As John Michael enters the madhouse and
Game,
takes the
shots,
game.
And the match.
That was a
John
very
Michael.
unusual match with lots of ups and downs, but ultimately it was John Michael who stole it in the end. With 1 out of every 3 darts at double hit. 108 is the biggest checkout for him in that match. An 83 average. Well, it's not about averages, it's about the amount of legs you get, and that was a real scrap. So he goes into Tuesday with 6 points. Sebastian will have a chance to get him back when it comes to game 2 tomorrow. But when it comes to Conor Heneghan and Mike Warburton, their battles for the week will start after the break.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where John Michael got the better of Sebastian Bialecki in a dramatic final leg. The Deadly Rose getting it done on the Madhouse, that is double one. Let's have a look and see what that has done in terms of the group table, because it now means that Dennant and Michael both on 6 points behind Mike Warburton, who is looking to complete the perfect day of 10 points. A win for Conor Heneghan means that it'll be 3 players right on his tail going into tomorrow morning's action. Now, this is the 4-pointer, so to speak, in terms of Group A, because this is the last fixture of today and the first fixture of tomorrow morning. So plenty at stake for Messrs Warburton and Heneghan, and in the commentary box, Messrs Edgar and Nicholson.
One last time then for today, with a smiling Irishman up against a very happy Welshman who has a chance to get 10 perfect points for the day. What does Mike have left in the locker? He has done some rather remarkable things today. High scoring, brilliant finishing, and just one more job to do against a Conor Heneghan who's got 4 points and hasn't played that badly himself. But he has tailed off a little bit towards the end of the campaign. He'll hope he's got a second wind before he rests for the rest of Monday.
I didn't see a day
First
where we
leg,
saw a
it's
player
Conor to
come
throw
through
first. Game on.
and take 5 from 5. I didn't think it was going to be that sort of group, but Mike Warburton could prove that theory wrong on the opening day.
John Michael has finished on 6 points. Matthew Dennant has finished on 6 points.
97.
Conor Heneghan could finish on 6 points, with Warburton on 8. That would be a really interesting table going into Tuesday. But the one who wants to scupper that
60.
is the man wearing Welsh colours.
43.
And we're talking about 2 players who have a lot of Super Series experience. I hate to put pressure on you guys, but there's not really an excuse for a bad performance here. You're both playing pretty well. You both know what the crack is here. So over to you to try and get the points.
60.
The only variable really is just how tired they are at the end of this first day of the campaign. With Heneghan, he played
54.
in Minehead on Friday, but has had a couple of days off since then. Warburton, we haven't seen him in a little while.
For me, the tiredness would come in game number 4. Mike Warburton doesn't have the tiredness there. Conor Heneghan only averaged 79 in that game, so that was one where potentially he had his moment of tiredness. I think when you get to this one, you're 1 game away from the end. It's like the final push.
I think he was just having a bit of a word with
60.
the referee there. I think he might have got his foot stuck on the carpet or something. And as a player, there are 2 types of players out there. People who like to get their foot firmly fixed to the surface. But then there are others, like Kevin Painter, who's played many a game here. He likes leather-based shoes where his foot is not stuck. Sometimes you can get your ankle in an uncomfortable position.
60.
If you're not ready, take your time. That's what the exclusion zone's for. There was actually a lot of chatter yesterday about that exclusion zone in Minehead.
90.
Because I'm going to leave this to you, Matt. Is it enforced enough?
It's not, but at the same time it is. It's not in the fact that we see people break that ruling, but it's not in the fact that the rulings tend to be broken in a way that doesn't affect anything. I don't think we need to go to the extremes of stopping a game because someone's toe's gone inside the exclusion zone.
So you wouldn't have Hawkeye involved?
44.
Or
Mike
some sort
require
of zone technology.
136.
You got to think that what the exclusion zone's there for. It's just to provide that little bit of space and distance, and I think it should be used as a guide rather than a strict get behind that line.
Oh, it's used so you don't get kicked in the thigh by Richie Burnett.
Mike require
Another
91.
fine product of the MODUS Super Series when we were in Southampton. Is he going bull? I'm going to refer to that same question. The answer to both of them was no. He really wants these 10 points, doesn't he?
I think we might see a bit of a celebration if that
73.
went in as well.
Conor, you require 74.
He's someone who's showing us how he's feeling. Big fan of all of that. He's going to have to go left.
Game shot on the
Perfect
first leg.
there from
Conor Heneghan.
Conor Heneghan. We said Mike Warburton might be someone who shows us how he's feeling. Conor Heneghan is
Second
joining
leg,
the
it's Mike to
party.
throw first. Game on.
I think we might we can start to feel a bit feisty about this one.
100.
You don't often get any feisty matches on a Monday. Everybody feels each other out. Okay, that's how they're playing. What can they possibly do over the next couple of days?
140.
Don't underestimate just the pride of some of these players. How much they just hate losing. In some cases, people have said out loud that they
100.
hate losing more than they like winning. I'm not sure how you quantify that, if you can. Losing is not very nice. Winning is brilliant. I will say that.
85.
I think that also comes down to the fact that winning becomes an expectation for people as well. So that when they don't get it, that's the weight of expectation
60.
and the swing of what I thought I was going to get compared to what I have got. I think that goes back to your ordering in the restaurant sort of example.
48.
We've seen a lot of fast-paced stuff today. But with Warburton, we have someone who is commanding the rhythm. Just trying to make sure that he
85.
plays at his pace, and I like that about some players, including new UK Open champion Andrew Gilding. He's the same. He'll not be rushed. He will follow his process.
190.
That walk of
Mike
Warburton
require
is
156.
getting more and more exaggerated the hotter this game is getting. He is now like Mr. Soft, but ×2 on the speed.
100. Conor, you require 109.
Just like the average from Saturday night for Scott Taylor, 109.
$93.
Good approach.
Mike require 56.
Warburton did have his chance in the previous leg. He has another. And
36.
he doesn't take it again. And he could
Conor, you require
reap the
16.
whirlwind in a game that is anything but a whirlwind.
Game shot on the second
2-0.
leg. Conor
Averaging
Heneghan.
75. I think we may be looking at two players who are just a little bit gassed.
I think we might be looking
Third
at
leg,
two
it's Conor to
players as
throw
well
first.
that have
Game
maybe
on.
got a bit of history, and a bit of history that is around the very top end of a performance, because I was just thinking at the start, maybe there was a little bit too much
95.
respect between the two. They had about 19 handshakes before the match started. And I think there's probably something in their history. They probably both averaged over 100 and had a bit of a classic game that has stuck
140.
firmly in the memory of both players.
Does too many handshakes annoy you?
Yes. I've actually ignored handshakes many a times as well during matches, just because
44.
it's too much.
Well, these days it's a minimum of 2 at the end, isn't it? It's shake hands or bump fists when the game is over. Then you have to shake the hands of the referee and the choker, and you have to cross paths. It's that awkward, oh, okay, well done again.
95.
And then normally after you get your case, they go do another one. I've seen up to 7, 8 handshakes before. Like,
55.
No, I'm not a fan of the multi-handshake either. It's one of the reasons I think why, from Price and Van Barneveld, they just focus on the table, put all their stuff in the case, and wait for the person to come to them.
59.
We've also seen the cuddle employed, haven't we, in recent times, which we can firmly say Vincent van der Voort isn't too much of a fan of.
No, and neither was Glenn Durham with Andrew Gilding. That was
57.
recycled on social media this morning to somewhat funny effect. Mike gave John Michael a bit of a hug earlier, didn't he? During a rather memorable
60.
He
performance.
might be looking for a hug himself if this performance doesn't pick up, because he would have been hoping and expecting to leave doing the thing I didn't expect to see, which was the 5 from 5.
Mike to require 147.
End up, what's the expression, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat? Or
60. Conor, you require 70.
Spends a lot of time on tops, but not on this shot. But on this one,
Game
he
shot
does
on the
take a
third
3-0
leg.
lead.
Conor Heneghan.
I think the two words coming to mind right now are cat and pigeons. Just when you think Warburton is strolling towards
Fourth
a
leg, it's
commanding
Mike to
position
throw
in the
first.
table, it's Heneghan who is only
Game
one
on.
leg away from bunching up this entire group. Let's recap what he's done today then. Lost 4-3 to John Michael first.
140.
Then he won 4-2 against Sebastian Bialecki, did Heneghan. The average was pretty similar between games 1
58.
and game 2. Then he was at his best. 92.44 against Jack Wareing, winning 4 legs to 1. He was the only person
60.
to lose a leg to Jack Wareing today, but that was after he'd missed a match start. And then a 4-2 loss
85.
to Matthew Dennant. But at that point, Heneghan was starting to drop off and Dennant was starting to fly. This average of Heneghan here of 77 is very much
140.
similar to what we saw against Dennant, but in a very different sense. He's taking advantage of
60.
things on the outer
Mike
ring
require
to
161.
perfection. As you can see right here, Warburton has not hit a double yet, but you sense that another one might be on the horizon very, very quickly.
$30.
I don't care how good you are in the outer ring. You're not going to take 298 most of the time in 6 darts.
58. Mike require 131.
This is where you would take 91 and a shot at tops the next time. Lovely dart. Go nice and high with this one. He could even use the small 20 here if he's feeling a bit frisky.
76.
But in those spots, most players are just so scared of hitting that 60 and going all the way back to 131.
58.
Just waiting for the score to be corrected or indeed updated. Apologies for this delay. I'm not sure Warburton will be happy about this because he was very, very pleased with his approach shot until the last dart, but he wants to get this leg over as soon as possible. I'm not sure this is helping either player, actually, because right now Heneghan is thinking, I just want to focus on the next leg. This is where a little bit of experience comes into play. Just take a few deep breaths. Just figure it out. There we go. Warburton is on 55. He was on 60 before his last dart. Hit a single 5, so there he is. Heneghan on 240. Now he's on 239.
9. Mike, you require 55.
Heneghan's not the one under pressure, though. Warburton just wants to get rid of the leg.
15.
Doesn't quite do it. Maybe this time a little bit of pressure is going to be coming. Got to switch here.
118. Mike, you require 40.
If you're looking for me to explain that last
Game
dart,
shot on the fourth
think again.
leg.
It didn't make any
Mike
difference.
Warburton.
No bagel here. He's got his first leg of the contest.
5th leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
But now whatever was going wrong in that leg must be put right. We have seen somebody win from 3-0
40.
down today. That was Matt Dennant in game 9 against John Michael. And when you consider
100.
the pride of the man from Wales, he will not want to go out with a whimper. He will be happy with 8 points. Don't get me wrong.
58.
But if he walks away with 8 points and a bad performance in this game, he will still be focusing on the bad performance as opposed to the 4 decent ones. That's what dart players tend
70.
to do.
$66.
It's all got a little bit erratic, hasn't it? Let's just flag this up again. 3 from 3 on the doubles for Heneghan. Warburton, 1 from 6. One of the reasons why Heneghan is in front by 2
55.
is because Warburton has missed key shots.
$96.
Here's another one for you. It's mystifying. 8 ton-plus scores in this match from Warby. Only 4 for Heneghan. He's got half
100.
the amount, but he's 2 legs in front. This game has been about 1 treble visits, or indeed no treble visits.
58.
And you do start getting the sense that maybe Warburton will smell blood. If he sees a little bit of weakness in Conor's play, he can expose it for a period of maybe 10 minutes. That's all it takes in this format to turn things around.
43. Mike required 36.
I think he's feeling it now because a win in this leg will take us back on the throat. That's a good marker.
18. Conor,
First chance for Conor to win the match then. It's a difficult ask. It just got easier. Double 10.
130.
He wanted to just get rid of that
Mike
so
required
badly.
18.
He may not even get another dart for the match. But he's going to get a look.
9. Conor, you require 10.
Double 5. That's the sign of a tired arm.
6.
Every single dart he threw
Mike
there was
required
low.
9.
Double 4.
Game
Does
shot
find
on the
double
fifth
two.
leg. My Warburton.
I think he's a little bit lost as to how he's still in this match. He should have been dispatched. And for the second
Sixth
time,
leg, it's Mike to throw
he leaves
first.
Conor hanging.
Game on.
I don't think they've quite got their dance rhythms right in this game. We can dispense with the pleasantries. This is
81.
the worst game of the day. It happens sometimes at the start of the session. And in other times, it's the last game of the session.
100.
Very rarely is it somewhere in the middle. It's a combination sometimes of not enough practice or indeed too much.
100.
And the attitude of Warburton right now will be very different to that of 2 legs ago.
57.
He's coming across as quite relaxed, but he won't be feeling that way. He'll feel 10 feet tall if he gets this leg in the next one.
140.
Maximum needed to get to a finish. Maximum found.
180.
So he will get a look at that. He failed on 140 checkout. He couldn't hit double 5 or double 2.
60. Conor,
So
you
3
require
match starts have gone
164.
in the previous leg. Will he get another one at the bull? Look at this.
Game,
where did that
shot,
come from?
And the match. Conor
He hit
Heneghan.
nothing for a couple of legs. Absolutely nothing. But then he hits everything at the end. That was extraordinary. A 3:44 and 6 to finish the day. And we had our worst game of the day at the very end, but we had one of the best exchanges at the very end. Befuddling to say the least. 57% on the checkouts for Heneghan, who stops Warburton from having the perfect day, but you don't need me to tell you why. 11 missed darts at double is exactly why he has to suffer only 8 points, and he didn't get the 10. Henry is on the balcony with Matthew Edgar right now to chew the fat through Monday.
That was a good session, wasn't it? Oh, so you could ignore the header. Okay, I'll see how that goes. Anyway, let's talk about that final game of the session, because that could potentially be a big one. Mike Warburton gets on to 10 points. We're talking about a completely different Group A.
Yeah, I didn't think anyone was going to win 5 from 5. I was nearly proven wrong there on day 1. I still stand by that. I don't think anyone's going to go and win 5 from 5, especially in this Group A. But what a way to end the day that was. Mike Warburton was just getting himself back into it. For me, Conor Heneghan looked like he was starting to get a little bit desperate, and then found 6 of the very, very best to get that win.
Let's have a look at the table then, following the conclusion of the first day's play here at the Super Series. As I say, Mike Warburton on 8 points, but now, from where he could have had a gap at the top of the table, he has got a significant chasing pack behind him.
3 players on 6 points. It's kind of what I expected. I expect probably a similar sort of thing tomorrow as well. Maybe Mike Warburton might get to that position where he gets 6 points, someone else will get the 8. It's going to be tight all the way down to the finish. This will be one of those groups that there's going to be something to play for right up to the very last game, where we're talking about like Group C's, Group B's, and obviously who's going to win this. I don't think it's going to be decided early at all.
John Michael, debut day for him here at the Super Series. It's fair to say, we mentioned at the start, we didn't quite know what to expect from him going into it, but what we have seen is some very impressive stuff. Really good first day for him.
Yeah, he started so well. And then he had a bit of a wobble in the middle and then came back strong again towards the back end of the day. I think for John Michael, it's a day, isn't it? It's a first day. It's a long week. With this and with John Michael, what he's had a day now of experience. This is different, getting the timings right, managing the day, not just coming and playing the tournament, but you've got to look into all the other side of things, such as the nutrition side of things. We've also got to be aware of where the toilets are. All these little tiny things that just make you feel comfortable in a venue, he will have that tomorrow.
Matthew Dennant, what did you make of him today? Slow start, but then, once he got himself going, he played some really good stuff.
It's the story of his day, isn't it? Not just in terms of the whole of the day in general. But individual matches, he started them slowly, was 3-0 down, he was 3-1 down, and got himself into winning positions, and then started turning winning positions into points. I think Matt Dennant's, I've said it all day, Matt Dennant's best days are ahead of him. They could be over the next 4 days.
Ready for tomorrow? Because I think Tuesday, we usually call it moving day. This is the preeminent definition of it.
There's no moving tomorrow. It's literally just going to be like flip-flop. There's going to be no one making a move in terms of the time. I'm going to make that quite clear for tomorrow. That's my bold prediction. We will be none the wiser by the end of play tomorrow. These are all going to beat each other.
Get the abacus out Wednesday, and is basically what we are saying. If you're tuning into us via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, we have plenty of bonus content, including an exclusive interview with Glenn Dennant, which we conducted on Saturday. That's available there. But me and Matt, we're going to depart for now. We're going to be back tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. for the second day, moving day here in Group A. But it was Warby. Well, he was top of the class. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.